Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to the NDA podcast. The third shifties unite. Whoop, 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 right?
What's up?
We're up late, as we always are. Joining me tonight is Uncle Jerk on the NDA podcast. Say what up, Uncle Jerk. How you doing out there?
How you guys doing? I'm doing. Done with work for the week, so.
Awesome. And if you want to see what Uncle Jerk's working on right now, he's not on his Twitch, but one day you will. You'll be able to
I will be on there in a few minutes. I'm gonna have that set up. I just didn't want to have it streaming while we were off air.
Perfectly fine. Perfectly. I just had to look over to my Twitch. I'm like, nope, he's not on there. Should have done that first. But links to his YouTube channel are right there in the whatever. I gotta put your Twitch on there too, but whatever. So go check out Uncle Jerk, and he's gonna be hanging out with us for as long as he can. Usually the man goes pretty late, so this should be fun. And if you aren't familiar with the NDA podcast, this is where I work on things I can't stream due to NDAs, but doesn't mean we can't hang out. And behind me, I will play art that I've drawn before. In this case, it's going to be a Donatello color pencil piece. I'm going to go ahead and hit play now so we can get that going. This was a commission I did, I don't know, a while back. So there we go. And if you want a complete list of my color pencils, there's a link to a color pencil buyer's guide video I did in the last week or so I've put up, where I spent an hour going through every color pencil and a little bit of color pencil tips in there too. You know, a little bit of like, here's how you use this color. Here's what it looks like. Blah, 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 blah.
Must watch material.
Did you check it out? So I just want you to know a little bit on that one. I didn't think about putting a swatch together when I first started it. I thought I'd just read the damn codes off. Then I'm like, what am I doing? So like, it's like 5 minutes in, I'm like, I should be swatching these stupid things. So that's when, it starts with the swatch. But a lot of invaluable information. I think like I would have loved to have had half that info when I started. So it's all in there, folks.
It's awesome stuff. For like, if you're beginning, if you like think you really know what you're doing, there's going to be some cool stuff in there, guys.
Yeah, and all the individual colors are listed by code. So if you want to go to Dick Blick or something and get those individual, that's where I buy my stuff. I don't make any money from the old Dick Blick, so don't be like
Dick, eh?
Honestly, I know. They got the funniest name. They got the funniest name.
I couldn't help it.
When they'd been around forever. I remember when my high school art teacher was like, "Oh, you go to Dick Blick." I was like,
"He's so dick."
I know. She would just give me that look, like, "Really? We're really doing this?"
Yeah. Fuck yeah. I'm a 14-year-old boy. Shit, yeah, we're doing this.
My high school art teacher. Look, you ever see Buffy season 4?
Probably, but like not like a religious Buffy guy.
So she had a college teacher in that season, Mrs. Walsh or whatever, right? Like, who was like the leader of this initiative. My high school art teacher looked like Ms. Walsh, like just like her.
No.
Had the same attitude too. William Walker's hanging out with us right now, and Charles Tofield. Hey Rob, real question. I came to Los Angeles 2 years ago only to find the industry in animation in Los Angeles is probably not going to be there for a while. What would be some options for you? Holy smolies. Sorry, Charles. I don't know, man. I wish I had clear answers for you. Can you speak Japanese and can you work for $5,000 a year? Because I know, or you could go anime. It's not the answer you wanted to hear. It's a bit of a struggle right now, man. I don't think there's any clear job market mecca place to go to right now as a creative, So we're in a situation somewhat similar to 2008, only for definitely for creative jobs, because we have, as we all know, predatory capitalism. Not capitalism, but predatory capitalism. And basically they make money on their stock markets if they fire people and don't make things than if they make things and don't fire people. So I don't know what to do about that, you know? Yeah, I don't have good answers. I would say if you can do 2D animation, you know, I think there's still room in UX right now. And I still think there's probably spots for like mobile app stuff, you know, but yeah, I can't. Yeah, no, I don't speak Japanese, and I'm pretty against slave labor, right? Well, I mean, animation's not. Yeah, Gary's crying.
If you are against slave labor, you are in the wrong field, sir.
It is a honestly, and this wouldn't be a bad thing. Can you learn South Korean? Because there's always an animator's job there. And I've had a few friends from America, no shit, like move there who were animators. I mean, LaShawn Thomas pulled that move back in 2011. You know, I used to hang out with him at Comic-Con when I was at Play Magazine because he was friends with the owner. So I'd be sitting next to LaShawn Thomas for 3 days at Comic-Con for a couple years, you know. And he drew me a nice Casey Jones or something. So, yeah, but in terms of, yeah, it's just tough, man. I don't have good answers for you. Get a union job and survive. Make your own. You know, I seem to think something's going to happen. There's all these really great independent animators on YouTube and TikTok and Twitch and stuff, right? You've seen like a lot of these independent animators, right?
Oh yeah,
yeah.
And these guys are insane.
I keep thinking these cats, some point, right? They're not gonna go to a place. They're gonna start like their own like Crunchyroll for independent animation. You know what I mean? Like I can imagine a collective of like,
man, that's
getting like unionizing themselves and just doing independent animation on a platform, you know, that they can monetize. And I know, right? I'm speaking wishes and dreams. I don't have good answers for you, man. I'm sorry.
Dude, I don't know if there are any good answers right now on the animation or the, you know, a lot of the entertainment fields right now. Oof.
My buddy Kyle is a cinematographer. He's been on the show many times, and you know, he's even like struggling, you know, and he doesn't just do cinematography. He rents equipment, and it's just in LA, and it's just, you know, he's like trying to find maybe there's another. Georgia didn't work out. That's not working. There's nowhere to go right now. We're in a contraction period, and I think these CEOs think they're going to be able to like make up for it with AI videos, and that will colossally fail. I don't care whatever demo someone puts out. When everyone has the same 6 videos, you know, posted a million times, is exactly what will happen. That will fall on its face very, very fast. So, but it used to be, you know, you'd get it like ILM or Pixar and you'd have a job for 20, 30 years. And now you don't even know if you have it for 20, 30 hours. Sad to say, you know. I've had many instances where people are like, oh man, I got the gig. And then you showed up and it was over with before they even started. Which should be illegal.
Damn.
It should be illegal. Criminally, yeah, I mean that should be, but yeah, I could go on my whole. That's why you got. Hold on, Charles says, yeah, I'm sorry too. I came here at a time changing my life. You're 45, spent years trying to get your list. God damn, dude. Yeah, that's how I felt when I got in video game magazines. I got the right at the end. You know, I don't. Animation's not going anywhere because, like. Inside Out just made $1 billion, but like anything else, it's contracted. I had hoped Netflix and Amazon would have invested more into animation and grown those industries out, especially given the strikes, right? That those could fall under a different situation. And, you know, and animation always breeds toys and merchandise, but they're not thinking that way anymore, man. They're just thinking on immediate views. And animation will never have the same views as a live action Game of Thrones. The difference is you do the animation right, people are going to be rewatching that like comfort food for the next 20, 30 years and buying all the merch. Like, look at Invader Zim. It was not Nickelodeon's biggest watcher, you know, constantly struggled to get the ratings. But look at that's comfort food, right? And then you could sell that merch for how much in merch do you think Invader Zim's done it post this show ending, right?
Still doing
$1 billion in merch, probably, dude. Like worldwide.
Given like the amount of money, yeah, I would have to say probably at least close to that, because like they had the Hot Topic is omnipresent, and like just look at how proliferated Johnny the Homicidal Maniac is now. Like,
plus they've licensed books, T-shirts, toys.
Like if you can get like Johnny as a household name to that many people, fucking holy shit, dude. Invaders
merchandise, in my opinion, will always outsell live action merchandise 10-1. And I've worked in Gary knows, man. I worked with Gary 20 years ago. In licensed apparel. I mean, it's just like when you have a live action Punisher, it's the Punisher skull that's going to sell, not Thomas Jane's face. You know, like you might sell for a window. For a window, you can do the movie Avenger guys, but after a while, it's the suits and the logos and the iconography, you know, that sell. And they've forgotten this. Gary says, yes, sir, live action movie product sucks, right? And Gary, if you want to follow Gary's work, just go to 80st.com and buy almost anything. Gary's over there just single-handedly kicking super ass over on 80s tees, dude. That's where Gary is these days, man. Dude, you know all those like G.I. Joe box stuff that they do on shirts now? Or Gary recreates all the original stuff. Uncle Jerk, dude. Like he's out there just doing the Lord's work, you know, because they don't have that stuff saved, you know?
No, man.
So yeah, he's out there kicking ass on that. So
that's crazy, dude. I've seen a bunch of those shirts, dude. Sick work.
Yeah, Gary's great. Charles says, I actually work for a company there deals with artists in the industry daily. People in animation for the years being forced into retirement. Yeah, I know. For what? They need content on their stupid streaming things. Make the animation. But we're still in a weird situation in this country where they see 2D animation as being inferior to, or even any animation being. Look, the Mario movie should right? I mean, like, you think a live action Mario movie was going to make $1 billion? Do we really think that? You know, even if it looked 100% like the game, no. So it's just, I don't know, man. I don't understand this country. You know, so.
I don't understand the world. I'm confused.
I never have. I'm like
angry.
Look, I never wanted a live action Street Fighter. I want to give you, if you want to give me a CGI Street Fighter that's stretch and squash and it looks like somewhere between a Pixar movie and an anime, it looks like Bangus's are, I'll watch it all day long. You know, look at what Arcane did on Netflix. If Arcane were live action, no one, it wouldn't have it. It looked like these Cowboy Bebop shows and stuff, you know, like, you know, people like the One Piece, but it's still goofy looking. I'll take a CGI or 2D animated One Piece over that any day of the week. So, you know,
I'm into
hey,
that.
what's up, somebody? Poing says, I've easily spent a billion on Invaders and merch myself. Yeah. So
I think the only stuff I ever bought from Invader Zim were the DVDs and the box set.
No, I have the trades, toys. I even got the stupid belt, you know. I wore a grip of it to my niece's wedding. So she was like, you got to wear black. And so I got like an all black suit, but then I had like neon pink shirts with the Zim, everything, Zim socks, you know. I was like, I'm not wearing all black. I don't give a shit. With the, you know what I mean? It's not a funeral. I get it, it's some trend, but I get to pull my age and go, no, you're getting mostly black.
Yeah, I was like, whenever most of that merch hit, I was on a very anti. I was very opposed to paying for the merchandise. I'll just say that.
Uncle Jerk took Bill Watterson's ethos to heart, you know. Here's the thing, though. I would rather there be official Calvin and Hobbes merch than the bootleg stuff, you know, that has him doing all sorts of. Because if he made official merch, you know, he could shut down a lot of these sticker things. You know, he could send the companies, the licensors.
For years, Rob, like I was like, you know, there's a big part of me that wonders if like Bill Watterson just doesn't do interviews because he's really as pretentious as he comes off in those few interviews that he's ever done. And like he put out that book like last year, year before, or whatever it was, and
the one he wrote.
Well, yeah, and like helped draw with that other guy, the collaboration. I can't even remember the name of it. It was terrible.
Yeah, I took one look at it and went, nope.
Yep. I was like, what the fuck? Did you see the interview he gave about that?
No.
Oh my god, I have to fucking send it to you, Rob. You will fucking die laughing. He is so pretentious and so serious. They redid the art in that book like 5 times, dude. He was like, sometimes we would send stuff back and forth for a year and then just decide that it wasn't up to snuff. And you were like,
because it wasn't good art. Whatever the whole idea was a bad idea to begin with. He did that comic for the French magazine.
Yes.
That one-off. That was no words, right? It was all silent. It was just like this. It was basically like a cartoonist and his dog, you know?
Yep.
I'm like, can you just do that? You know, like give me one book every couple years. Just do that. Like it was brilliant. You know, doesn't have to have the Calvin voice. Could be totally silent. You know.
Yeah. No, Bill Watterson is not capable of doing that. If you watch this interview, you will understand why.
Yeah, we'll have to go through that sometime for certain.
It is hilarious, dude. I laughed so hard, and then I was kind of like depressed because I was like, well, we get your heroes sometimes.
Well, you can't overthink it. It is possible, you know.
Dude, I'm all about like giving stuff thought and like being intricate, like world building, and you know, really doing stuff with your art. But it's like that art was so underwhelming anyway, and then to find out that it was like we would send illustrations back and forth for a year, and I was like, oh my god.
I do remember reading that article actually, because I remember that quote. I just remember reading it and just deleting it from my mind. Like this is gonna go nowhere, you know, like no sense in. But yeah, I do remember he said like a year or something, and I was just like that. One, you know, you got a project that's not working and you're trying to find a way to make it work. And two, why would you ever do this thing? Like, no one asked for this, you know? And I know if people go, well, how are you supposed to get people who just do the same thing, Rob? You know, branch out, do something different. I'm like, no, you got a point. But there's a point where you know there's a point where you know it's not working. All right. And like, it's our jobs as professionals to know when you're on something that's not working. And he didn't have to do that project. He could have done it, shelved it, and be like, yep. We're not doing that, you know? Like, there's no point in this.
Well, this brand experiment did not work.
Right. I mean, like, I'm going to go back to Frank Miller for a little second here. Frank Miller did that 10th anniversary Dark Knight hardcover re-release, and he did these, like, illustrations in there that were, like, Sin City, you know?
Yeah.
With Batman and Carrie Kelly. And I'm like, that was the way to go with a follow-up to the Dark Knight. But, you know, homeboy comes on board eventually, doesn't want to do it, and then decides to do something way out of field just to antagonize people, I feel. Oh, you want this? I'll give you something. And then you look at it, you're like, no, you could have just did the Sin City thing with Batman. We all would have been happy with it. You know, no one would have complained. He could have pretended it wasn't even a Batman story in his own mind, you know? Like, but we got this.
At least Miller has been up front and admitted he did those for the money.
Yeah, the one that hurts me though is Lynn Varley's career being tainted with that work, because that's unfair, you know. She should be remembered for the 300, you know, not for that, you know.
You don't have to tell me.
Yeah, being her last work, you know. It's like you win Eisner's, I mean, you know. I wish, you know, there's a part of, I know that she's not friendly with him. There's a part of me that wish she just went and recolored everything in watercolor and put it on the internet for free just to fuck with Frank. Here's what it could have looked like, you know?
This is what this was supposed to look like, I tell you.
I mean, it is a better read in black and white, but even then, it's not at the same level as
it's terrible. It's terrible artwork. I mean, let's just be blunt.
The only one I've seen make it work is that, who's that guy? I'm not cutting you out, but I want to, before I forget, there was an artist who went and like recolored it, but he did it like in a real graphic design, sort of Andy Warhol kind of way, you know?
Oh no.
Like using, oh, you never seen this?
No, I don't think so.
Hold on, I'll put a link in. One second, let me grab it. Yeah, he got in trouble because he was a DC artist, you know.
Oh yeah,
James Harvey. Yeah. Here, I'm gonna put a link in here. Check some of these examples out.
Let me see. Okay.
So his would be on the left, and then Frank's on the right.
James Harvey. Oh yeah, see, like that almost works. Yeah.
Yeah, you could see if you could take that further, right? Like it falls more into like silkscreen printing and 1960s kind of Andy Warhol graphic design, you know?
Yeah. That's a shame that he got.
Oh, he got shit, dude. You know?
Yeah.
Like he deleted the own post office blog because he was getting people like, "How dare you, Phil Frank?" And it's just like, oh, just shut up, you know?
Whatever.
And he was right though. I mean, because here we are, almost 10 years later, people are going, "Man, what's going on with Frank?"
Hey, well, now it's 10 years later, and everybody's going, that's what went on with Frank. Gluggy, gluggy, snorty, snorty.
Yeah, allegedly.
According to basically every interview given by anybody who's ever worked with him that will discuss the subject.
Yeah, I don't want the trouble.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, I repeat nothing. You know me.
I know. Uncle Jerry tends to have good info though.
It's just sad, man. He was so fucking talented.
And that Sin City style stuff was brilliant, you know? Because you could tell he was still well, the Batman, the Dark Knight stuff that looked kind of Sin City, because he was still drawing all the understructure at the time, you know?
Yeah.
And then inking over it. And you could tell, man. Like you could tell when Mignola was doing that, and you can tell when Mignola is doing outlines, you know? Like, and I've tried to tell people, you know, like, and I get it. It takes longer. I myself do a bit of it with like backgrounds, especially like I got a bunch of like rubble and stuff in this issue, and you know it's all drawn. But then yet, once you start to selectively apply shadows, a lot of that stuff goes away. But you can tell when you don't do that, and you just try to figure it all out in inks and move on. And I'm like, it doesn't. I don't know. Like some people can pull it off, but I feel at some point, even
they can pull it off, but it's only sometimes, and that's usually luck, man. I mean, if you look at the guys that are really good at that shit, like Toth, and like even guys like Chris Samney, Like they do the underdrawings.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just can't skimp. There's certain things you just can't. Do you think I mean, my question to like those people, most of those guys is like, do you really think your brain is brilliant enough to figure out what is underneath all of those shadows at all times while working on this illustration without ever having figured it out?
No, I think what they would say is they would say, "Oh, no one really knows. No one cares."
We do.
You know,
would be my retort.
Which, well, if they didn't care, then why did you do that in the beginning? You know, like,
why is Toth such a legend?
Right.
We care.
Yeah, I mean, you could see the construction on Chuck Jones's Bugs Bunny versus whoever was doing that shit in the '60s. You know, the real cheap shit.
Oh my god, yeah.
The Hanna-Barbera. There's this grip of Warner Brothers cartoons, folks. If you've ever seen it, these Bugs Bunny, Daffy Ducks, where they're like, you could tell Hanna-Barbera was just taking all the money because they were doing shit on the cheap, and they tried to do it on the cheap, and it's really bad, you know.
Fucking hate Hanna-Barbera. Blech.
I know, and like when those Bugs Bunny cartoons would come on in the morning, I'd get all let down. Oh no, it's the stuff from the fucking '60s. Like I'm out. You know, I'm out of here. Yep. Well, I'm gonna go to school early. I would go to school early versus watching it. You know.
Oh my god, that's brutal. Yeah, I can feel it.
Yeah, because I could tell. You know, like, I could tell. Like,
soulless mechanical crap versus like high artistry. Yeah, you know, one tends to notice these things.
So it really bugs me when every now and then I work with someone and they go down the path. Oh, Rob, it doesn't matter. I'm like, no, it doesn't matter to you. You know, don't speak for all of us.
It matters.
Yeah. But Charles, I saw you posting stuff. Another artist who did the character designs for the original Turtles cartoon was forced into retirement. Another artist who designed the entire town for the cartoon Goo Troop was forced. Yeah, well, you know, look, again, that is one of those things, man, where it's like in animation, if you got to move up to directing, you know, or you got to get out and get as much money as you can and then move into something else at some point, you know.
Yeah.
That's self-creator owned or something. Glenn Keane did that, or Michel Gagne, you know, Michael Gagne did that, you know. And it's like you have to. Chris Sanders has his own stuff going, regardless of who's offering the work, you know, because it sucks. It shouldn't be that way, you know. I'm like, if they can still work, I mean, goddamn, six old dudes kept Disney afloat for like 20 years during the dark times. They practically animated Jungle Book with like 4 guys, you know. Don't want to hear how like age is a problem. Like, Hayao Miyazaki, did you see the new documentary up on Max?
I've seen it. I've seen you know, that it's up. I haven't had a chance to watch it.
Yeah, it's edited in a very unique way. I don't want to spoil it, but very cool. But it covers, you know, the Boy and the Hero, and it covers literally like almost 4,000 days, 3,500 days.
Yeah, I saw that. Like the whole premise for it just sounded like so cool.
Yeah, and it's the same crew that's been following him for the last, 20 years.
That was the thing, was like one crew for 20 years. Like because I had just been rewatching Dig when I saw the preview for that, and I was like, oh man, I don't know if you.
Yeah, he even opens it up when he sees him and goes, "Oh, the same guy, huh? You." It's like, "Yep, still me." All right, well, I guess we're gonna do this again. You know? But it's like, he's not just storyboarding the whole movie, which is the script, by the way. If people don't know, like they don't write scripts; they do the storyboard, which is the film. but he also does all the animation fixes. You know, all the when the scenes come in and he changes, he does them. And so not all of them, but you know, a lot. You know, quite a bit. And it's funny. I'll give this little. There's this one line in there that I love, where he goes. He's got to make. He's like, yeah, you know, I gotta have an artist make changes, but I'll just do it myself. If I make them do it, they're just going to be depressed, or they won't believe in themselves, or they'll think they're not good enough, and so I'm not going to get their best work. So it's better to do this with anger. I'll do it. Like he, you know, because he's this angry, you know, because you get that artist anger. You're like, I'll fucking just do it. Like you know, that's what he's grumble fucking his way through the whole thing, because he knows that kind of like animosity is what's going to get it done right. Not beating someone over the head. When you've seen it on camera before, he makes a guy go back and do something over and over again. He's like, do it right or quit. And it's just like, no, man, at some point, whatever you want in your head, you know, whatever you want in your head. And there's only so much you can expect other artists to be able to do, you know?
Yeah. Oh, so, yeah. I've heard he's notoriously, a lot of those guys are, man, so hard to work with. Because of their out of kind of necessity of like vision and like, you know, wanting to produce something. I get it. I'm just saying, like,
well, I have very specific ideas on color and things on my book, and you know, like my colorist puts up with me, you know. But I was like, at some point, I'm like, could you just hand me the file? You know, you know, he's very cool, man. Now he just sends me the file, you know, ahead of time. He's like, if you need it, you know. So, and it's not him. It's just like, why make someone, you know, try to see what's inside your head? I just don't believe it.
Yeah, that's kind of their. I mean, like, kind of is their job on one hand, is like trying to get someone else to see that vision. So I like.
Yeah, but there's realities. There's realities. There are. You're still dealing with humans, and humans will see a one thing. But you can replicate more things consistently when there's a computer between the human and the final product. But if you're hand animating, at some point, dude, it's just gonna, you know, it's either gonna be or it's not gonna be. And so the question you have to ask yourself as in a position of leadership is, you know, am I trying to do everything myself, or does this really need to be this way? You know? Because there's plenty of times I've been in a position where I'm like, you know, I get handed stuff from coworkers or whatever, and I just go, it's fine. It doesn't need to be what I need, what I want it to be. It's, you know, like, fine. But there are other times when it's like, no, it has to be this way because this is not going to work. Like, and what the difference of that is, you feel it, you know, if you're a responsible person. If you're an irresponsible person, an egomaniac, then, you know, I get it. But
obviously. But I mean, that's kind of his job, is to get his vision on this. I mean, like, there's a point where you hit Kubrick territory, no doubt. You know what I mean? Like, ass. Let's just tone it down here.
Well, at the end of the day, man, if I'm footing the bill, I want what I want, you know?
Well, and I think that's kind of, and like, not only that, but, you know, in that industry, you are only as good as the last thing you made. And your name is on that shit.
Sometimes it's not even that. Sometimes you're only as good as the last thing someone made when they worked on the thing you're working on.
Well,
you know?
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, today, yes, that's way truer than it was 20, 30 years ago when I was.
There are two other people that drew Spawn Kills books. I'm certain. I mean, none of them have reached out to me. You know, there's probably some guys who are like, oh, this fucking guy, you know, the fuck, you know, I can do better, blah, 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 you know. And there are fans who probably, you know, would prefer some, you know, I'm not the guy doing it. Like that's fine. That just comes with taking a gig, you know. You have to learn to deal with that sort of stuff.
Oh yeah.
But, you know, them's the breaks, kid. But in terms of like, again, getting back to like whether studios need to retain employees, yeah, they need to retain employees, and they need to find projects for them to do. You know, I really do, especially if they got the talent, because that brain drain's not coming back. So if you got like world class animators been around for 30 fucking years, you know what you do, man? You put together how much can we do tax write-offable video game? Like how much would be the cheapest we can do one for? Oh, maybe like $4 million. All right, $4 million. Let's make a $4 million hand-drawn video game. You know what I mean? Like, or do even a remake of an NES game, but with hand-drawn art with these guys. Let's put them to work, you know? And we'll get that money back into something else. There's other things they can do. There's no excuse for it other than like they get rewarded financially for firing people now. You know, that looks good on their stock portfolio. Well, we did a really good job firing people. Yay. Look at us. You know, and it's like Nintendo didn't do it. Iwata didn't do it. I always tell people, go read that book Iwata says. I got it right here. It's called Ask Iwata. Sorry. I keep it near my desk at all times because, you know, it's words from Nintendo's legendary CEO, Satoru Iwata, right? That's it right there. And it says, on my business card, I am a corporate president. In my mind, I am a game developer. But in my heart, I am a gamer. And that's the kind of leadership we fucking need, you know? And we don't have that. We don't have that. By and large, we don't have it.
Won't argue with that.
Yeah, he died way too early. Breaks my heart. The good ones, you know?
Fucking work themselves to death half of the time, too.
I think it was cancer. It's cancer.
I'm not just saying him. I'm just saying.
I know, but he was part of that 80s generation. Oh, but they do. Like, we all know the Japanese work ethic, right? They have a word for that where you would die. Because we were talking about that, right? Like, someone over at Wells Fargo in, like, Arizona a few weeks ago had, like, been dead at their desk for, like, 4 days or something. Like, at least, you know, a few days. And no one noticed. And, like, there's, like, a Japanese term for that. Where people literally die at work.
That is so fucking disturbing, dude. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Well, that's how Alex Toth went out, so.
Yeah. And I used to be one of those guys like, hey, we gotta like help out. Da, da, da. I'm like, there comes a point where no, there's a difference between some crunch time and this is life now, you know? And I mean, I hit my wake up point on that with Game Fan. I mean, like, I killed myself to try and make a video game magazine at that level. You've never seen it? I should send you a copy sometime. You'll flip out. It was 10 by 12, staple bound, glossy.
You told me all about it. I've never seen one. Yeah.
Hundreds of screens, big art. I did the whole thing myself, like 100 pages every issue plus. But the 62, I drew 2 different covers by myself and colored them and all. You know, and I made the least amount of money I've ever made, you know. So for what, you know, for what?
The exposure, Rob. Wasn't it great exposure? Come on now.
Well, I thought quality could solve all problems, but it can't solve bad business, you know.
Oh yeah, nope.
Yeah. If only Kitchen Nightmares had been around.
Yeah, shitty business is the one thing you cannot fucking overcome.
But I picked up my work ethic from my father, who worked himself to death, you know. So like when he died, that was the final cement. I was like, he literally worked himself to death. So I was like, yeah, this stops, you know. Like, I have pulled some crazy hours here and there, but by and large, I mean, we're talking 99 normal, 98% normal, 2%, you know, abnormal.
Nah, yeah, I'm unhealthy. I am obsessive, and I work too much, and I try to do too many things. So I'm still trying to get there. I'll be up like 18, 19 hours in a day, like, doing stuff. And it's just like you don't function properly as like doing shit when you're doing that 6 days a week.
Hey Charles, if you're out there, is there any way you can like find a way to do a match 3 game and just put it up on the App Store or something? Maybe get some animation going, just do a reskin on something. You know what I mean? Maybe use some of that open AI to do the coding for you, since while it's still, since they're already stealing from us,
OAI.
Yeah, well, it's LLMs. We should be calling it. It's not AIs. They're limited learning machines, And the sooner we all start using that verbiage, the sooner they'll stop using it, AI makes them sound like they're cool. Like, no. They're limited learning machines. And every 4 to 6 months, I pop back in on OpenAI just to see the state. I run it through a few tests to see where it's at, and it's gotten worse, in my opinion. I'm not being like a hater.
Oh, I haven't seen anything I've been like mightily impressed by.
No, it's gotten worse. Hey, what's up? Hey, Tatra. She's a artist at Sweden. I want to say Sweden or Germany. Sweden, right? Yeah, she's really good, man. Got that Disney thing, Glen Keane kind of thing going on.
Nice.
Really good. Yeah, super good.
Major props to anybody who can be that clean.
Yeah. Really great expressions and stuff. Finland. Sorry. My apologies. Finland. My apologies. But yeah. Super great work. We've been online art friends for, I want to say 10 years now, right? A while. Yeah, her and her fiance or husband. Did you guys get married yet? I can't remember. They've been around forever. Those two. They've been together forever. She draws him as this really cool, kind of like a human. Like, he kind of looks like the way when the Beast turned human and he looked horrible. Like, she draws like the dude, like if he didn't look next year. Awesome. Congrats. Yeah, she makes that work. Yeah, some people were like doing a video on that too, like, because like Glen Keane's pencils, they had shading and it looked right, but then it didn't look right when they animated it and lit it. I'm like, no, it still didn't look right in the Glen Keane version. Like, it never, like it looked better, no doubt, but it did not look. They never figured that one out, and it was time, To which I say, there's a colossal mistake in production. They should have been developing the human version along with the beastie version from the beginning, right? Because he's going to turn into a human. The book was written like quite a long time ago.
Yeah, that had been.
So it should have been co-developed at that same time, knowing you have to pay that off, whatever,
But production never thinks about shit. Like, but look at Iron Man. Fuck. That shows.
What's wrong with Iron Man?
Nothing is wrong with the movie. The production of that film is.
Yeah, but that was an indie studio, dude. Disney had been making animated films for like 100 years, at that point.
No, I know. Yeah, no, absolutely.
You can't compare the beginning of the MCU to like in 2008, 2006, 2007 to Disney.
Well, I'm not trying to compare. I was just saying, like, the amount of money that gets thrown around ludicrously like that is astounding to me.
Well, it was just a really weird design. It was an oversight. Look, it does have oversights happen, like it. I've been like, I did that color pencil video, and like it wasn't until 5 minutes into it, I'm like, I should probably be swatching this stuff, right? So don't know why I didn't think about that. It does happen. Then I go, Brandon, why didn't you think about it? I get like a villain with this henchman, right? Bob! And then I shoot him, you know?
What have you done, Bob?
Yeah, it looked really bad, right? Right? It did. It looked horrible. Whatever. I always felt like Tarzan was Glenn Keane's like redemption at that beast face. They have very similar, if you look at it. It's like the better version. How much money do you think they spent on 1996 Tarzan, Uncle Drew? What do you think the budget of that film was?
God, I have no fucking clue.
Okay, you have to guess, right? We're on the game show. You got no lifelines. You gotta say something.
What year did you say it was?
96.
96.
So production from 94 to 95, probably. You know.
I don't know, but I know like Disney had been slowly waning. Like, I mean, not so slowly waning on their productions like since the late 70s. So I mean, I help, you know, like probably between like 25 and 50 million.
$130 million.
That's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Okay.
And they built the software alone to do the deep. It was called Deep Paint or Deep Canvas. Can't remember what it was called. So that they could manually paint on the 3D models, you know, and that also it did things where they could use matte paintings and they could do camera tracking and correct for warpage and whatever else, you know.
Okay.
All that was built in, and it's crazy because like eventually that stuff was built into, you know, off-the-shelf software, but they did all that custom. That being said, I rewatched that film recently, and animation-wise, it holds up. Like the work they did on it really does hold up. Like,
I was gonna say, man, I honestly that was in the kind of like my blind spot. Like, I definitely think I've seen it.
You know, it came out in 99, right? That's right, because it came out the same summer as Phantom Menace. So they probably started in 96, 97. And then it went into 99 is when it came out. My bad, folks. Before anyone corrects me, I corrected myself. All right. Damn. All right, there's always going to be someone, Uncle Jerk. You know what I mean? There's always going to be some jerk out there. Actually came out summer of 99. Yes, I know.
Trust me, I usually hear from them after my videos. It was December of 1986 when he left that book, not November.
Hey, Todd that it says Tarzan made like over 400. It made over 400 million, and it did a shite load of merch. And this Phil Collins soundtrack, like sold gangbusters too. Like it actually did quite well for them in that area. So it, you know, I know. Hey, say what you want, but that used to. There's a podcast called Light the Fuse, right? And they were an unofficial Mission Impossible podcast, and then eventually they got bought out. And now they're the official Mission Impossible podcast. It's a really fun podcast, but they got the music producer from Mission Impossible 2 on there to do an interview. And you know when you're talking to a real Hollywood like mogul type, like the old school Weinstein types, you know, those like kind of like Harvey Firestein, this guy's just got $1 million. He's always apt up to a 10, you know, got like high energy, got the stories. It's a freaking hilariously fun interview. But like he was in charge of soundtracks and stuff at Buena Vista. And it was like, he went to Warner Brothers thinking, you know, now I can make my name, and they had nothing. And he was like, oh no, you know. So that was his first big soundtrack that he had put together, you know. And like, say what you want, I mean, that thing sold a gazillion copies, you know, like it was extremely successful. And so I guess he had tell stories about when he first played Limp Bizkit for Tom Cruise, you know, in his trailer down in Australia and stuff like that. It's hilarious. High energy.
Wife of a music producer.
Yeah. Tata gets it. She gets it. She gets it. She gets it.
She gets.
There were some really good, like, for what they were, licensed PlayStation 1 games based off that Disney stuff that had, like, that was mixing that 2D look with the 3D painted stuff, you know?
Oh,
Like
yeah,
Hercules and Tarzan, you know? There's some surprisingly good stuff, you know?
I totally believe that. I was out of video games. I'm so fucking out. I'm so unfun to talk to. I was so out of it and like anti all established fucking like no video games. I don't want to do video games. It's stupid.
Well,
I want to watch fucking mainstream
this
film.
one playing behind me, man, the Shredder's Revenge is something you to have fun playing with your kid because it's the true sequel to the Konami Turtles arcade game.
Oh my god.
Fantastic soundtrack done by god damn it, I'm gonna brain fart now. He did our soundtrack on Berserk Boy. I'm being a dick. I'm really bad with names, man. I'm really bad with names. I know.
You're better than me.
I know. He did sound of Sonic Mania, our soundtrack. He did Streets of Rage 4. Super talented dude, man. He doesn't need my help. He's got an agent. So, yeah. Anyway, Shredder's Revenge is an excellent game. You can just do multiplayer. You know, there was a fan game. Uncle Jerk, there's a Turtles fan game they put together called like TMNT Cartoonapalooza, something like that. That was like, you know, Konami style brawler. But they put every character from the Archie comics, cartoon, and Mirage comics in there. It's got like 100 characters, you know, all fandom, but done pretty well. So, you know, you get the Mirage Casey Jones, you know, you get like Ray Fillet and shit like that.
Oh, that's
pretty
cool.
good. Yeah, I know.
I always loved those like fucking fan made games. One of the few things I ever played was like those fan made 2D fighters where they could import a bunch of characters because they
like Mugen.
There you go, that was it.
Yeah, Mugen.
Yeah, that shit was so funny.
You seen the Beavis and Butthead like versus South Park fight and Street Fighter they did? You can watch those fights on YouTube. Just type in like Beavis and Butthead versus South Park, and like you'll see like because Beavis and Butthead are insanely large too. Like
I was wondering about like, are they like Mega Man huge. Like roll size?
No, they're huge, dude. And they do fart attacks, the whole bit. The sound is flawless, you know. And Cartman's hilarious, you know. If I was one of those ones with like FU billionaire money, I would just make fan games like that, you know. I would hire like artists to just do them, put them out for free. Like, let's do the Fox Saturday morning, Fox Kids morning. Let's do Eeks the Cat. Let's put Eeks the Cat in there. Let's get Mr. Boogity or whatever, the clay dude in there. Let's get Bobby's World. Put Bobby's World in there. Just unlicensed, free.
Oh yes. Now we need this game, Rob.
Yeah, I'll put that on my list.
When I get butt fucking crazy rich.
Yeah. I won't tell anyone, but there will be signs. Right? There will be signs.
Rob announced last week he was taking 2 years off to make his own fucking comic book. We don't really know where this is coming from, but he also announced.
So sometimes I feel like fans can make better stuff than multi-million-dollar. Sometimes, when it's like iterating off something already made, yeah. When it's like making from scratch, no. And it's hard to like get a bunch of people on board with something they don't know about. But if they already know about it and they're improving upon it, then yeah, like a good use of AI has been fans who have done AI upscaling and fixes on like Final Fantasy 7 and 8 and 9, you know? Because all those pre-rendered backgrounds, they don't exist anymore. They were deleted. So on accident, but they were deleted. So they've gone and not just AI upscaled all those, but painted and fixed up beyond the AI rep res, you know. And then they've gone and got all the models to be like, they got versions that look just like the concept art from Final Fantasy VII, you know, and they're hand textured and hand painted just like all that. So yeah, and that's when I see that kind of stuff, that's where I'm like, Square should just hire these folks and pay them for their work, you know. It has happened in Japan before. They do like there's these clubs that do like avant-garde animation in Japan and stuff. They have them for everything, like even video games. These clubs that get together. They're usually non-profit clubs. And on One Punch Man, the director at Madhouse went and hired all like the best dudes who do this stuff to each do any fight in One Punch Man season 1. Each fight was animated by a different independent animator, so they're all completely different.
That's dope.
Like, yeah, and that's why I'm like, if you haven't seen One Punch Man, forget season 1, you know, like, so that's the one to see, because like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I was thinking Nintendo should have done this a long time ago with Mario, like get the best pixel artists out there who are doing stuff and then have them put together some big long template, you know, and then hire them to fill it out with all the characters and then do a remix of Mario where you can like shuffle through 300 different versions of Super Mario 1 that have been reskinned, you know, and redrawn by different artists.
That would be cool.
Super Mario Shuffle. That's what I used to call it, right?
Do the shuffle.
I tell my ideas to engineers, software engineers, and they just look at me like, you're fucking, I don't want to hear from you, man.
You got problems, don't you, Rob?
I angered a guy once in 2006 when we were waiting for a Wii outside of GameStop because it was near Sony's headquarters in San Diego. And this is a true story. And so we're waiting to get my Wii. And I was telling him, I didn't know the guy. He just happened to be in line. And I was like, you know, my problem with Wind Waker, I got 2 problems. One, you can't fish and the whole world's water. I don't get it. You know, fishing was like the best part of Ocarina. I don't understand why they didn't make fishing on the water world a thing. But the other thing is, you have this camera, and then there's these, like, and in every house, there's these picture frames. When I'm taking photos of things in the game, wouldn't it be great if I could put them in the photos? You know, like in the house. So I go to the house, I can like replace the photo with my travels. And like, do you have any idea how much complicated the memory would take and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, they got memory cards, man. Like, it can't be that big a deal, dude. Like, this is not a high-res system, you know? Like we're all standing in line for the Wii. GameCube is, come on, man. This is 1997 technology. Power PC, right? So, but he like almost wanted to fight me over it, you know? I was like, take a swing, dude. Like I would love to have that in the paper, you know? We got into a fight over Wind Waker, you know, like. And I was like, well, maybe that's why your MMOs suck. Like I shot on EverQuest at the time. You're getting killed by Warcraft.
Ooh, shots fired.
Yeah. Nerd fight. You know, like.
That does sound like a lot of the fights that I used to see out of the comic shop. Eerily similar.
I stand by it. I still think if they give you a camera, you should be able to take your photos and put them somewhere in game. Right?
Well, I don't really understand the whole point of it if you can't, but
whatever.
I'm not a video game guy, so I suppose I shouldn't stand in judgment.
I am. I'm going to judge.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't really understand.
I am the law. I am the law.
Incendiary round. Shut the fuck up.
Hey, D Graves, what's up, man? Thanks for hanging out.
Oh, speaking of incendiary rounds, like, yeah, I watched the new Crow.
Oh, you did. You sat through this.
I did. Well, I never shit talk anything that I don't sit through.
Fair enough. I agree with this.
You can't do that. So yeah, I watched it. So you don't have to, Rob.
I want to be fair. If I lived in the same town with Roman, I would have bought us tickets opening weekend. Like, I love a shit show when I'm with friends. You know,
that's what I wanted, was like a movie that was so fucking bad that I could laugh. I really was like, you know, bring on the Edward Furlong level like shit show. I'm fine.
I was in the IMAX theater with Gary in the chat when Superman Returns came out. You know.
Oh my god.
That was the 3D one where like sections of it were 3D, but it wasn't very good 3D, you know? Like it kind of had depth, but it was really out of focus. You had to put your glasses on and off during sequences and stuff. But I remember looking up at Gary afterward and he just gave the Claudius thumbs down, you know? It's hilarious. So, okay, so you saw The Crow. First question I have is how many minutes worth of trailers played before the movie started?
Oh, no. I should say I did not go to the theater to see
it. You saw it at home. Oh, it's on streaming now.
It is. It took 2 weeks to go to streaming.
What am I, theater? What am I thinking? You got me there. Do you make yourself watch commercials at home just so you feel like you got the movie theater experience?
Well, actually, I have a shit collect 35mm prints. So the 35mm prints will have all the original trailers before them. I love that. I absolutely love it. It takes me back to when I was a kid. I really love trailers and stuff, honestly.
Yeah, I just don't like it when you're forced to watch 45 minutes. I mean, I literally, I have a local theater that gets right to it. But when I went to go see Deadpool Wolverine in San Diego with my buddy Joe, right? We went to a chain restaurant, a chain theater, and it was 35 minutes of commercials before the movie started.
Oh yeah,
and it was supposed to start like at 3:30. The movie didn't start till 4:10. You know,
that's
so ridiculous, right?
It's just sick.
All right, so you saw it on streaming.
Oh,
give us. What did you like? Because we're gonna get on to everything. Did you like anything? Was anything actually good?
No.
Even if it weren't called The Crow, if it was just some fucking movie you put on,
which is what it was. Which is what, to be fair, like before we go any further, it's not a Crow movie. And like the fucking weirdest thing about it, Rob, is like it doesn't even pretend to be a Crow movie. Like I was an hour into that flick and I was like, is there gonna be a crow or anything? Or
there's no actual crow in the movie?
Well, there is an hour. I think it was like 54 minutes into the movie when I clocked it.
This is like everyone saw Aliens with James Cameron and they're like, oh, so you can like hold the alien off for like an hour. I'm like, no, don't be James. You're not James Cameron. You know?
Do you build characters like James Cameron?
Right, right. That's not
maybe. Did you build characters in the new Crow movie? No. And like the only thing that I would say I actually legitimately like didn't like about the new Crow movie. Okay, now this is the weird part. The only part that I legitimately did not like is that they're called Eric and Shelley. Like it shouldn't have been Eric Draven. It's just stupid. And then there's no reason to use the name other than like cash grab. So like whatever. Okay. But like an hour into the movie, I was like, okay, well, you're trying to do like all this big character building. You've spent an hour introducing me to these characters. And literally, I don't fucking, not that I don't even care. I don't like these characters. They're shitty people. Like, they're fucking dumb characters that act completely irrationally. And the main villain of this film is like truly one of the most like laughably terrible things I have seen in like ages. crazy.
Did you sit there, Blue Beetle? Because I got a lot of friends that go, "Oh, man, the movie's good." I'm like, you're out your gore, guys. You know, I like some stupid shit, but this isn't as good as Best of the Best one.
Blue Beetle? I wouldn't say that I liked Blue Beetle, but you know what I will say is that like I got like 4 or 5 buddies of mine at work that like don't do comic book movies and stuff at all. And like I was like, oh, you should check out Blue Beetle. I think you'd like it. And they're just kind of like mindless movie guys. They dug the shit out of Blue Beetle.
Yeah, I tried, and I was like, this is Nickelodeon Guyver, and I could kind of get behind it, but the whole I got to take a shit jokes that's like twice in like 2 minutes. You know, like within 10 minutes. Sorry, you know.
That's why I'm saying, like me, I
just felt like I was sitting through a 2003 Fox level superhero film again, and I sat through Daredevil. I don't want to do it again. You know.
Ooh, I don't think it's that bad. Ooh,
I do. I think it's that bad. And look, Daredevil has some good stuff. Colin Farrell is funny. John Favreau's Foggy Nelson is funny, but yeah, I don't like it. You know. So I get I'm in the minority, but look what the movie made. You know, you have to sit by it.
Man. You know? I mean, like obviously, it was not a. That's what I was getting ready to say. It's not like it was like a massively successful film.
The kid is likable. That's what saved the film. Is that kid from Cobra Kai? He's super likable. So if they could find a way to remix it, fine. But that particular incarnation, no. Anyhow, yeah. So I'm just with the Crow thing. Like, was the action any good? Like,
no, it was fucking terrible. That's what I was getting ready to say.
When you have the Raid and John Wick, how do you? I don't get it. You know what I mean? Like,
dude, you saw every second of passable action that film had to offer in the trailers. I'm not shitting you. Like him getting thrown out of the car, and then there's a sword fight, and because there has to be a sword fight because he's Eric Draven. And then there's like one other I think there's one other big action sequence, but that
I just like how Hollywood, in their attempt to make all their new stuff relatable to younger audiences, right? When I say younger audiences now, I'm talking like 30-year-olds, right? Instead of 40 and 50-year-old. They're like, hey, they got tattoos. We'll give all our characters tattoos now. And then,
so
they'll be relatable.
To be fair to the character design, there is a very, very distinct version of the Crow that looks damn near dead on to that from the comic books.
Yeah, but I didn't like it. Like, that's where
I didn't like it either. But
as a kid, I had a friend in high school who was like a James O'Barr. He was like, the comic is the only version. This movie sucks when the movie came out. Okay. I was like, no, this is a better version of the comic. Period. Like, I get what the comic's doing, and it's a good, indie comic and everything. But this is taking that and distilling it and bringing the art direction up to another level. The only way you could improve on this, maybe at the time, is if you somehow did like a really crazy anime. Like I was saying, like this was before Ninja Scrolls. I didn't say Ninja Scroll, but I was thinking Vampire Hunter D or something. Would be interesting, where you could really play with character design in a way, that is not. But the Crow does something really interesting. It gives you a fictional world that could be real, but it isn't. It's the closest to Blade Runner I've seen. That isn't like in the far future. Gothy Blade Runner, super smart. A lot of smart design choices, especially with the makeup and I've said it a million times. Brandon Lee. So like, thing about Bruce Lee is like he came from a family of stage performers. Like his father ran like these like Chinese operas, kind of, in a way. I don't know how to describe it. And he was a stage performer. So I kind of wondered, and they had a whole family that was a legacy of that, if like that kind of makeup and like their facial features was like something that they kind of like, they're a little predisposed genetically to having that right kind of face, for wearing that kind of makeup and doing that kind of performance. Like it was in them, like So, because like when his father used to at the end of these shows, man.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah. There's a family lineage to this sort of thing, and his father, and it was funny, man. At the end of the shows, used to go on stage and then start shit with all the local like martial arts guys. Like the guy would come out like he talked shit to him at the end of the show and do challenges and stuff. The History Under Fire, History on Fire, World on Fire podcast. History on Fire. He covered it, and he has Brandon Lee's sister and Bruce Lee's daughter do a preface on the show if you think it's not being like vetted. Anyhow, but he covered the history of Bruce Lee really, really well. World on Fire, History on Fire. Anyhow, because I've never seen only person I've ever seen wear the makeup that looks as good as Brandon Lee is on some of the shots on City of Angels. That guy kind of had a similar face, but even then, no one's worn it well. And I keep thinking, like, that shouldn't be a hard thing, right? But
no,
he just had to write everything. Like,
well, yeah, and like I honestly think that I feel like an asshole because I can't remember the guy's name. He's actually a really good fucking actor. The guy who did the Crow TV series, he's not bad. He doesn't look bad in the makeup.
None of it looks iconic. Like, I got the damn poster on my wall right now, for that I bought at Hot Topic in 1995. Like, it's like, it's that one where he's sitting on the chair in the rubble of the church,
Yeah. Oh, I know the one.
None of it has ever looked as good as that. Like, the closest has been, in my opinion, Heath Ledger as the Joker.
That I wouldn't argue with either.
That's the closest we've gotten to that. So I've always surmised, if you're gonna do another Crow, you got to go with a woman, or you got to do it animated. You can't compete with Brand. You got to do something different.
Did try. To be fair, they did try to do something very different. Like, they never go for the Crow look. And
but they didn't improve on whatever they did.
No. That's that's my caveat. They did not improve on anything, nor did they come up with anything original. But what's weird is like it really feels like a film about Greek mythology that at some point someone was reading and they were like, why don't we just make this a Crow movie? Like, they go to like the Land of the Dead and like I don't want to ruin too much of the movie or anything. Like, oh my god.
You know who might have had the face for this at one point was Keanu.
Face, yeah, definitely. I don't know if he could have physically pulled it off.
Well, I mean, Constantine isn't a bad film. It's just not a John Constantine movie, but it is a good supernatural-esque sort of, when he's giving the few, it works.
I actually really like Keanu Reeves. I'm just not sure that like the way that he moves is it's either too free or too mechanical. He doesn't really have a middle.
The ballet. Yeah, the ballet. Yeah. I mean, when you in the first Crow film, when he's doing that fight on the table, Yeah. And it's just like, it's super iconic. It's not nostalgia speaking, it like whatever.
No, people are like starting to shit on that movie now, and I'm like, you guys give it 10-15 years and you'll fucking realize how important this movie was and all of the shit that it called that you motherfuckers don't remember.
Yeah, you don't get The Dark Knight without The Crow. I don't want to hear anything about it,
Fuck.
Period. So it's all just recency bias. Anyone who's like trying to act like wasn't that great, it was that great. And you got to remember, it came out in a weird time. I mean, no comic book movie after the first Turtles film had that Batman edge,
Yeah.
In the 90s. Like, it all went away. It turned into like Dick Tracy and the Phantom and Batman Forever, and then Batman and Robin and the Shadow. And it was all very like, the only thing that came close was when Blade hit, and the people like trying. The one that gets me the most, man, these days is people acting like Blade was marketed as a superhero film.
Yeah,
It's
right.
not, dude. It was marketed to the vampire crow crowd, like it, like.
Most definitely, that they did everything under the sun that they could to avoid saying that was a comic book movie.
Yeah, I remember that when we were walking out of Mortal Kombat for like the 100th time, because I was one of those guys, I was like, turn up the light. We had this theater, the Regal, which was like a sort of a ghetto chain theater at the time, and they've since now they pumped up, but it's real like where you saw the cheaper films there. And so me and my buddies would go see Mortal Kombat for like $2, and you can get them to crank the audio up beyond what they're supposed to because no one was there. And we're walking out, and the Blade standee was there, right? And I just remember looking at like, oh, fucking Demolition Man's Blade, like that's the G, because I love Money Train and Demolition Man. I'm one of those guys. I'm like, it's a great call, and they're like, my friend's like, Blade. My one friend said the guy from He-Man. I'm like, no. People forget there was a villain in the He-Man movie called Blade who was white, and I was like, it angered me to no end as a kid,
Wow, dude, somebody remembers that movie. Kudos.
Yeah, well, I had the nerd friends. I
was gonna say, kudos to your friend.
Yeah, and so actually, my stepfather knew that guy that played Blade in that movie. I never met him, but he knew him. Yeah, my stepfather was friends with this guy named Peter Hoffman, who had mob ties, and he owned the second largest perler in the world. So he was like chummy with a lot of like C-level like Hollywood dudes,
Mm-hmm.
So like one of them was this guy who did he was a stunt guy who did the Blade stuff. He was just a stunt guy, and so. But he was friends with like the producers, and that's why he got to play that villain in that movie. Anyway, yeah, but and it just came from like a sketch that was done. The pre-part production on that's pretty interesting on the He-Man movie, actually. If you've ever seen it, yeah,
that's awesome looking.
Yeah, they just couldn't live up to it.
Well, no, yeah. Nobody was taking that film as seriously as it needed to be, and then at a certain point, they were taking it far too seriously.
Nice seeing you, Tata. Thanks for coming. Thanks for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Hopefully, one day I'll get to meet her and her husband. Man, they're really nice people.
Don't you always I have those friends online that I'm like, man, one day I hope.
Yeah. Me and the wife, we head out to Finland. I'm gonna be like, hey, let's get a kroner. Right, let's get, let's get some pastry. Although, man, like I got my buddy, his daughters are German, and like they're all into boba now. They just discovered boba out in Germany, and I was like, just now? They've had it for a while. I don't know. Anyway, but no, that Blade movie was not a comic book movie. It didn't revitalize comic book films. Like, this is one of the things that Rob Liefeld harps on his podcast. Like, I'm not shitting on it because he was a black dude. First black dude, like, yeah, but that was marketed as a vampire horror thing. It was closer to the Mortal Kombat and Crow crowd is what it was being marketed
That's exactly what it was marketed to.
Yeah, which is why it was
with you as revisionist, but yeah.
That's why it was a standee at the place. The only movie they were playing was Mortal Kombat. And by the way, these films played for like a year. In the theaters, like they just sat there.
Trying to recoup that cash, man. And that was back when theaters would actually still play that shit after fucking 2 weeks.
Yeah, meanwhile, 2 weeks later, you got The Crow at home. It's unfathomable. It's crazy. So, and I do love Blade 1. I love Blade 2 more, but I like the opening to Blade 1 the best. But as a whole movie, I like Blade 2 better. But anyway.
Some motherfuckers trying to ice skate a pit.
Even Blade 2 wasn't marketed as a comic book movie, man. It was being marketed as like Aliens for
the alien, like a action-oriented horror film was how
with the team. I mean, people forget at that time, Ain't It Cool News was the big front guy for like Harry Goldstein, the PR. Yeah, and so he was PRing for that film almost a year out. With Guillermo was doing interviews, and they're like Donnie Yen, and it was like, you know, we got Ron Perlman, the Beauty and the Beast. You know, it was being marketed as aliens, like James Cameron's, you know, Blade. You know, I was actually let down a little bit when I saw it, because the weakest part of that film is the team doesn't actually get a really great team fight.
There was,
you know,
yeah.
But as a whole, I still think the movie's better than the first one as a whole movie.
Oh, it definitely is. They improved on everything. I mean, like
the Predator, like the Reaper vampires with the faces that open up like the Predator.
Just the design of the main villain, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You know, unfortunately, like that kind of fell apart, you know, towards the year. But I still have a soft spot for Wesley Snipes, and I
like him. No, I like him.
Him get hired back for a legacy film.
Well, I'm hoping that he gets to make another. I don't want a legacy Blade film. I would like to see the character reappear in the Secret Wars stuff. I think that's a better place for that.
Well, I mean, like a legacy film, as in he gets to keep playing Blade anywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. So.
No, it won't. I said I would like.
Right.
That's, you know, like.
Well, shame on you for liking something. You know.
You know, like I feel like Wesley Snipes' treatment post his arrest has been really not cool.
Yeah, considering how many producers in this industry have dodged how many taxes, and it's so funny to me, you know. It's like,
well, Nick Cage got arrested around the same time as him. Nick Cage ended up like basically cutting a deal, you know, even though he says he didn't, he fucking did. Ended up cutting a deal with the IRS where, like, if he gets offered a movie, you know, he takes the movie, he pays them the money, and like he didn't see any jail time, but Snipes saw jail time. His career got tanked over it, and everybody just kind of thought it was funny about Nicolas Cage. Like he's in a billion fucking.
Racism is real, though, man. You know? Even if people don't realize they're being racist, you know.
Exactly, man.
Biases.
It's like the duplicity treatment, man. It's just like so upsetting. And normally I don't harp on that shit. I'm not trying to be political, and I'm sorry, guys. I normally never bring that stuff up. It just bothers me because I do enjoy Blade, and I would love to see another Blade movie, and we'll never see it. Like, it really put a smile on my face to see him in
Peter Jackson sued New Line for them not giving him his proper royalties on those films. You know what I mean? How is that any different than not paying taxes? Like,
well, because they're a big corporation.
New Line was trying to say that the Lord of the Rings movies didn't make any money. Are we doing this? You know?
Yeah, fuck yeah, we are.
So, like,
you get
that's
down those like, numbers where it's like, well, we'll pay you once we make the money back, and it's like, oh yeah. Those are the stories that you hear that just make you cry. Movies that are still breaking even now, that are just massive fucking blockbuster smash. You go, Jesus Christ. That's why I got a lot of respect for like Bruce Campbell, Rob Tapper, and Sam Raimi. Like even on Evil Dead 1, they really got their shit together. Best. Like they still get checks for that movie, and it's really cool when you see somebody that knows how to run.
Yeah, not penny checks, right? Like, here's your fucking $5. You know.
Well, like they were saying for years and years and years that's how it was, but now, like probably not anymore. But you know, about 10 years ago, when like especially the Blu-ray market had really kind of like the collectors thing with like steel books and the limited editions and stuff. They were like, it took us 25 years to pay back investment. And they were like, but now it's really cool because we get to write nice fat checks for royalties on movies, and we still have all that shit organized because they cared about that stuff. It's I don't know. I got a lot of respect for Sam Raimi. He treats people right. that's the kind of mentality you need to carry into Hollywood.
He doesn't bother to watch WandaVision before he makes a movie with her in it, but he does pay people, right? So I gotta give him credit.
I didn't say I liked anything he's directed.
It's like I knew some of that stuff before Bo DeMeo came out with it because I got friends, you know, who do.
Yeah.
They do. Before a project starts, there's pre-visualization, folks, you know, and some of those people I'm friendly with. So every now and then I hear stories, you know, and they were like, yeah, we were prevising, you know, a pretty violently dark film, and all that went away one day. And I was like, what? And yeah, it was the same thing I got. Like, I'm not going to get into it here, but I got previs notes on Gunn Superman like a year ago, you know, from some friends, you know. And so I was like, well, we'll see if that pans out, you know. And it looks like it's panning out. So I'm interested in the film, even if I don't care for some of the production design itself. Interested. If it pans out, it's going to be a pretty different Superman movie than you might be expecting.
Best of luck to DC. Yeah. May they make a good film.
I had wished all this should have been set in the 30s, you know? Like if it were me, I would have just set everything in the 30s, built up to World War II as my big Avengers Justice League moment, you know?
Yeah, then, looking back, they should have let off with fucking Wonder Woman and done that, to be honest. But who knew that Wonder Woman was going to go over? I knew that movie was going to bomb. Everybody was going to hate her. So.
Well, the first movie did well. I liked it.
No, I know. No. I was saying I was convinced they were going to hate her. Like, just that DC.
No, I knew that the world was ready for that Wonder Woman when I went to see Batman versus Superman like a month early, you know?
Yeah.
And they did a test screening, and no, it was a week early. I apologize. I got to see a week early, and not a month. My bad. Anyway, when she appeared, the whole theater erupted. You know, which is not normal for those kinds of screenings, folks. You know.
No, me personally, I didn't think mainstream. I wasn't sure that they were prepared for that Wonder Woman. I was really cool. I was happy. Like, okay, cool. Oh yeah, they fucking. Oh my god, that second movie is fuck. I mean, like,
I thought the thing to do, like, I was at the time, I was like, okay, let's concept out a story for the sequel. And I'm like, if World War I is the first thing, and she's living amongst men, what happened with her during World War II? That's the logical question, right? And so I'm like, her dealing with, you open it up at Pearl Harbor and it, you know, not working or not being there for that, you know, like her during World War II, and it's the atom bomb that gets Wonder Woman to rebuke man, right? When she sees the atom bomb, she goes back to Themyscira and disappears, you know? Like the world of men she rejects the world, because what are you supposed to do with that, you know? Like that to me should have been like her, that, you know, that shot of Indiana Jones and the kid where he's sitting in front of the nuclear bomb, it should have been her with that shot, you know? And she quits, you know, because like, what can you do?
Can't save man for man.
Right. But they did nothing. They just pretend like, yeah, it was, we don't deal with it. And then they announced 1984. I was like, all right, are they going to do, you remember, did you ever like listen to Coast to Coast and that stuff?
Yeah.
So like, Coast to Coast and these guys, they used to talk about like one of the government conspiracies they used to wheel out was that during the 1984 Olympics in LA, they were supposed to they were going to do some weird hologram show, like pretending God arrived or aliens or something, and fake like an alien invasion with holograms. Okay. Right. And I was like, what if they do that? What if they fake an alien invasion during the winter? And if you start it with the Olympics on Themyscira, because that's what the trailer had that girl doing, like the Olympics, right? In the trailer.
Yeah.
And then you bookend it with the 1984 Olympics in LA with a fake alien invasion to take over the world. Like, there's a story there, right? Nah, it's giving that way too. It's like, why do I do this? This is why I never try to like guess a story. You know what I mean? Because it's like it's just what am I? Of course, what was I thinking? You know, they didn't even do the Olympics. Like, how do you do 1984 and not do the freaking Olympics? Dude, with a Greek character? I don't understand. Like,
how do you do Wonder Woman 2? Like, legit.
I told you do World War II. Yeah.
Well, no, but I'm saying, like, how do you legitimately like see that movie and be like, yes, that's the sequel to Wonder Woman that we should do?
That one, right?
Oh, God, really?
No.
What?
I know. I don't understand it. It's one of the biggest misfires by the same director since. I mean, I used to be Schumacher from Forever. I mean, Forever's goofy and campy, but I've always said it's kind of like a Guardians of the Galaxy for the 90s where like everyone could watch it. It was by and large liked by most people.
Yeah.
But Batman and Robin's unfucking watchable. And I'm an Uma Thurman fan, and even I'm like, this is not watchable, you know? But in some ways it's worse because it's not campy enough for you to look at. Like, this is what Batman and Robin, it's so weirdly designed, you can kind of look at it in awe, like, what the fuck were they on? You know, like,
it's like almost like a performance piece at a certain point. You're like, what the shit is everybody tripping on acid?
Yeah, there's like a 10-minute gorilla dance bit, you know, or 5-minute. It feels like 10, but it's probably like 5 minutes, probably 2 minutes, but it feels like
I would say it's probably like a minute and a half, 2 minutes long, but it feels like
you know what I mean.
Fucking minutes, dude, definitely.
Yeah. So it's just like, but 84 is different. It feels like a direct-to-DVD sequel put into the theaters on a level. I mean, even though it really wasn't in theaters, you know what I mean?
Yeah. It was a theatrical film, you know what I'm saying?
I feel the same way. Honestly, I think it's a very similar situation. Maybe people wouldn't agree with me, but I think X-Men Apocalypse is as big a train wreck compared to Days of Future Past. I consider X-Men Apocalypse a colossal waste of time and money.
Those movies are utter dog shit. So
I know you're a purist, but Days of Future Past.
No, I'm not a fucking no.
You're a collector. I'm going to speak for you.
I wanted to like those movies, and there were like glimpses of stuff where I was like, oh, okay, cool, this is neat, like Nightcrawler, but they just fuck those movies. Nah, whatever. First part was fun enough. I'll give him that.
Uncle Jerk's hardcore. They need to actually put the Terry Austin inks onto the actors' suits for Uncle Jerk, or it's not going to count. Are you?
Call me weird. When I see Wolverine, I think of like, I don't know, a fucking mask and cowl, like he's been seen in comics since his, inception or, something like that. I'm fucking crazy, I guess. Yeah. Nuts.
Right. But there are plenty of X-Men comics where he's not wearing it. I mean, Frank Miller's alone, he's never wearing that mask when he goes in the Chris Claremont Frank Miller.
Oh, yeah. No, dude, definitely. Because Sony and Bryan Singer definitely earned what Barry Windsor Smith and Frank Miller earned.
Right, but that's not, I'm saying, like, you can't, some of the best Wolverine stories ever, he's not wearing the mask. So that's not, you can do the mask and look,
the best Wolverine story.
The 80s cartoon put him in, the 80s cartoon had really good animation, great character design, and is also unwatchable.
I still watch it.
I know. I like the game. They based that game, the Konami game, off that.
Dude, the fucking Konami game is the shit.
Yeah. I think that's the one that does it for me.
Hey man, I mean, like, you don't need to make everything, and like I've said it over and over again, like I don't want to go see a movie where you like necessarily want to go see every comic book movie where you're just panel for panel remaking movie. I'll know what's happening. Like, where's the fun?
It's impossible. The one that did it the most, I think the one that did it the most and did it the best was the first Turtles film.
I was just getting ready to say the first Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles film was like a really, really good blend of stuff, man.
Yeah, it has literal panels swiped from the comic, and yet it's still its own thing, you know?
Yeah, I'm a massive fan of that film.
Did I send you the footage this guy did a year ago? He did like 2 test footages. It's all CGI. They're only like a minute each, but he modeled the 90s outfits in 3D and does like it's like minor little like fights between like Leonardo's got in there and Donatello. It looks really good.
I was gonna say, I think I just found his. I don't think you sent it to me, but I've seen it because I think I just randomly found his account.
Yeah.
You might have shared it on your stories, and I was like, "Ooh, what is this?"
Yeah, I think I posted it on Threads like a week ago to someone because someone was like, "Bring the suits back." I'm like, "Look, I have a friend who does the official like turtle suit stuff for like Kevin Eastman whenever they have like functions and stuff, right?"
Mm-hmm.
He plays Michelangelo, and he's like super wiry, you know, Asian dude, and like he almost dies in that suit every time. So like,
oh yeah,
you don't need to put people back in the physical. It's a form of torture. But you can. It really is, but you can model those, and there'd be no difference. You know, it would look like the exact same thing, but you know, without the stop motion mouths and stuff like that. You know, and it can move better. You
don't like the stop motion, right?
I like it, but I understand audiences won't tolerate that.
No,
okay?
I was making fun of it, dude. Every time I watch
it.
I love it too, but like every time I watch that first movie, I do, like when I see it, a lot of times I think of that scene from Total Recall. 2 weeks.
Right. 2 weeks. Johnny Cab. Right. I like Johnny Cab. Anytime I get in like I got into a Waymo over in Phoenix, I was like, that's a Johnny Cab. And this 20-something-year-old kid was like, what? Like, it's not your generation, man.
Don't worry. It's just a joke about a film that came out for, how old are you? Oh, yes, double your age ago.
Yeah, I know. You're not going to get the Johnny Cab reference. To be fair, a lot of my people my age aren't going to get the Johnny Cab reference. They've long since forgotten. But anyhow, but yeah, no, that footage is fantastic for just like a fan thing, you know? And I mean, if you could apply that, you know, with just like I was telling my buddy, you know, I would love a City at War series on Netflix where the turtles are split up while the Foot Clan's attacking New York in different spots and they all have to like get to one another, you know? And then they're all together like in the fourth, the final episode. It's like 8 episodes or 5 episodes, whatever, you know. But you could do a movie where they're all split up and then they get together, you know. Casey's like stuck with, you know, one of the turtles, blah, 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 blah. But I mean, they're doing that last Ronin, which I don't know, man. I just like, I get it. Everyone loves the story, but it's like, they aren't going to look like the turtles, you know, in that movie. You know, unless they just make them look like young turtles that are in the future. But if they look like, you know, Gary Busey turtles or, you know what I mean?
I don't know what you do with the turtles for the last Ronin, man.
It's something you work toward. You don't start off with. That's what.
That's kind of my thing is like, I just don't see them being able to make that monument. That is a huge jump, man.
Yeah, and people aren't going to know that's a turtle. Like it just, and they want 4-quadrant money. And I'm like, that's not how you go with it. You get to Logan. You don't start off with Logan. Such a bad idea, you know? In my opinion, it's a bad idea. But look, these studios, they don't know what to do with turtles. They want turtles, you know.
Well,
they're
they
stuck
see
with cartoon.
they see turtles, they think money, and they don't necessarily understand where that money is coming from. And like the turtles are so weird because they're so diverse that their market
You need
is
someone.
so weird.
You need someone who gets animation and a real Renaissance person, comics and music and claymation and puppetry and Hong Kong cinema and samurai. You need, it's literally the Turtles, like the original Star Wars, is true Americana. It's a collage of things smashed together. That's what we do here.
Yes.
We're really good at taking this, and that and smashing them together because we have no rooted culture other than slavery. So, culturally, I read a whole dissertation once on this, and it's just like Americana is inherently the melting pot, right? And so we mash things together. Turtles is the ultimate mashup for comics. It's the only thing to do Frank Miller better than Frank Miller sometimes, sometimes. And so, I would say, certainly it surpasses. Here's what I don't get. Turtles is essentially a Daredevil spoof, right, with a bunch of other Kirby shit and everything put in. But let's be honest,
Yes.
And how have they never teamed up with Daredevil in the comics? They keep teaming up with Batman. How does that work out? How does that work out, man?
I think Marvel wants to play ball.
And how stupid is that, right?
Really fucking dumb. But how dumb is Marvel? Really fucking dumb.
I know. So that's why they're wearing red bandanas, because Daredevil had a red suit. Like, people don't understand. I mean, you know what I'm saying, dude? Like,
well, yeah, nobody. You ask kids now, like what the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle comics are based on. They couldn't fucking tell you. They don't know about Kirby. They don't understand why there's a Jack Kirby toy coming out from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. They don't remember reading that first.
I'm getting all that for my birthday, by the way. Like, I've pre-ordered, so it's like, I'm on for it. Also, the original turtle, the fifth turtle, was named Kirby. The concept art from the third Turtles film. Yep. The concept art was horrible, but the name is perfect. And if you're gonna do a fifth turtle, it should be named Kirby, and it should be, I think, I don't know, man. Like, do you do a new turtle that's like conflicted, or do you know what you do? Here's what I do. Here's what I think you should do. If you do Kirby, it's got to be the Cable spoof as a turtle. It's the turtle from the future. It's a time traveling, dimension hopping turtle. So,
that sounds about right.
I love the vibe of the original Mirage comics, dude. That's
just getting ready to say. It sounds like somebody that would have showed up with like Fugitoid or something.
Mm-hmm. You know what? That's his buddy. That's his Boba Fett. That's his Wookiee. Is Fugitoid. That's how you can finally get Fugitoid into a Turtles comic and people like it. And you make them bigger, not smaller. You make them more like K2, SO, whatever, and Rogue One and shit,
Oh, yeah. I can see this. See, and this is why they just need to let us write the books, Rob. I'm just saying, IDW, everybody, if you're listening, very eager.
Ship their Batman books with proper packaging material. What do you want me to do? Have you heard about this?
Mm-mm.
The Batman Year One artist editions?
Oh, yeah, I did hear about that. That was only like half of the debacle, right?
No.
So like,
I figured Dune Bear left for a reason.
Yeah. So like, apparently, there are like these wicked coupons that you can get from very select people that are like 15 and 20% off, and they happen to be running two simultaneous sales, right? So first people were trying to use and they were combinable coupons. So it was 20% off and then 10% off, I think. And you could check out and then you would automatically get an email like 5 minutes later that your order is canceled with no reason. And so people went back and tried it with a coupon and it didn't work. So like a bunch of people like literally missed out on it while they were trying to enter the coupon because it sold out within an hour. I couldn't. I was a dog at how poorly they handled that one. But that's why they keep kicking back the dates on every single one of their fucking artist editions they've got that are still coming out.
You know what I found out? I just budget in the extra $70 on eBay, and I wait till they're actually out. You know, and I just chalk it up. If I just save an extra year, I can have the extra $70. You know.
Oh, dude, you know what you do, right? The best way to do it, Rob, the only way that I buy artist editions is wait for release day and then get and pre-order on in-stock trades.
In-stock trades, yeah.
In-stock trades, $96. They're shipped for the full price ones. And like I've literally if you hit it on day one and they solicit it, I've never had a single one canceled. They are fucking impeccable.
Yeah, I get everything from in-stock trade. Yeah.
I mean, I love dealing with them. They package wonderfully. They carry all of those fucking harder to find books. Whatever. People talk.
They get my money. I'm with you. In-stock trades.
Yeah, man. I wish I could get them to fucking sponsor the show.
I know, but those are those places like we're already giving discounts. Why advertise? But they should.
Send me free shit. You don't have to give me more discounts. Just send me free books to review. That's fine with me. I will just do that.
They just send you like all the Onslaught hardcover. Like we're just gonna send him the shit he doesn't want to review.
I see something funny. Fucking nerd rage. It's gonna flip out when he sees what we sent him. Oh shit.
Right.
I've never gotten free stuff like from a publisher except for fucking Dynamite. And like they used to follow the channel so like they were so nice and they used to follow the channel and they sent me all these great books and like I know they got really salty after the Arthur Sidam video. I felt awful. I'm sorry. Piece of shit. I can't help it.
You're not a PR firm. You're fair.
Oh yeah, well, you know me, man. Not a shit stirrer. I just go out and report what I find. And that Arthur Sidam piece happened to be ugly.
Yeah, he did it to himself.
Every time I was like, God, this can't get any darker. Oh, Jesus.
I know.
Thanks, Arthur.
So Linkin Park played their first new show in LA, in Inglewood, and there was like multiple, people who record it. So there's one good audio, there's like 2 or 3 different like good videos. So while I'm working, every 10 minutes or so, I've gone and like synced the audio up to all the other video, and I'm like doing multiple like camera cuts, in Premiere. So I'll have my own concert to last me until the new album. That's how I roll.
Hey man, I'm still on, like, I still roll with all my tape traders and stuff, so I do similar things. Very, very similar things. Get the new concert.
Did I ever tell you about the time I was working on a fan edit of the 2007 TMNT movie?
No.
Yeah, so that film, if you edit it right, can actually be a sequel to the movies, wherein Raphael has become a vigilante, Leonardo has taken off, and he's in the jungles, or he's just disappeared, and he's like a killer now, And if you re-edit, you can make it so Leonardo comes back to New York after the jungle scene and then meets up with Raphael right away. And it all syncs up. Like, it required, the only thing I couldn't do was Karai speaks English and I wanted her to speak Japanese. So I went and got the Japanese DVD at the time of that film, which has a Japanese track.
Fuck, Rob.
But I found out that her lips are matched to English and not Japanese. So I was going to at least make it an option. But it was going to be my default, And then I was doing a color corrected version that would have more contrast because it's really washed out. And then I did a test. And this was the test that made me quit because I knew I wanted to do it and I was going to not get anything done for 3 years if I did it. I did a test where I made it black and white and I rotoscoped their bandanas red.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Yeah. And I was like, this is so much work,
Damn.
Like, it looks so good, dude. And yeah, the guy Dave Halverson, the guy who won Play, was friends with the director of that film over at Imaji because he's friends with, yeah. And so he wanted to show him the edit, and then when Dave and I had the falling out, I deleted all the footage. I was mad,
Oh.
But I did have a test. A test with the reds. Wasn't perfectly rotoscoped. It was kind of blobbed in, but it was blobbed in enough to where like you get it,
Yeah.
It looks so good, dude. It looks so good.
I'm like so fucking bummed out right now. I was like getting ready to be like, well, you have to dig this shit up and send it to me. And you're like, and then I deleted it. And I was like, oh.
Yeah, I deleted it. But I really did do it, I was like, what's this for? It's not going to go anywhere. Forget it.
Should have thought
of the DVD and stuff, the Japanese one. I mean, if I wanted to do it, if I had nothing else, if I lost my ability to draw, I'd probably spend my time doing that. Like,
well, I want to see the film, but not that much.
It has, the film inherently has that Pokemon monster collecting bit in it, which I can't stand. But you can minimize the effect of that by making the primary story about the turtles and not that. So you can, it's one of the few times where you can edit around and it works better. It's not a radical change, but it is a mitigation change, like it does. Yeah.
Dude, once you get into an editing bay with a movie, your whole entire perspective of how like films are made changes.
That's why I generally don't like fan films though, because they don't have access to new footage. They're just using what's available, and trimming out doesn't solve, doesn't solve things that are built up. But what I found is if you rearrange the scenes, your perception can change because it is there.
Oh,
yeah. There in the movie. I'm not trying to add something that isn't there, it's there. So the only one I've seen execute this well is the Superman Deja Vu edit. You ever seen this?
I don't think. No, actually, I can guarantee. I fucking hate Superman. So
all right. Well, someone took Superman 2 because there's two versions of the film, right? The Richard Donner version and the Richard Lester version, right?
Yeah.
right? So someone
I do like those old Chris Reeves movies, so I could watch them.
That's what I'm saying. So this is what they did is now in Superman 1, we all know he turns back the planet, rotates time, and then that's how he solves the end of the movie. I was always like, why didn't he just do that in the second movie? It worked the first one. And the answer in the real world was that originally was the ending for the second movie. And they took it out and put it in the first film to give the first film a bump because it just cut off. It didn't have a good ending,
Mm-hmm.
But narratively, why didn't he do that? Well, this edit, check it out, man. It starts off with a lot of the Richard Lester stuff, including the deleted the test footage. So some of the footage doesn't line up, right? Because it's test footage and incomplete shots. But it works.
Yeah, no,
it works.
That.
Okay, so, but when Zod and them show up, he's already human. Like he is that, and so, and they use the footage of Marlon Brando for the first time, telling him if you interfere with the course of human history, you'll be reprimanded for it. He's like, oh no. And so he spends the whole time with Lois. Hold on. The first time they show up, he just turns back time and prevents it from happening. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then it goes to the Richard Donner footage where he then goes with Lois and then it becomes human and he thinks I can be, everything's honky dory, but they come back anyway. You know what I mean? Like he finds out he can't prevent this from happening. It's going to happen one way or it's going to happen another.
It's a singularity. Right.
Right, it's a singularity. And so there's that scene in the diner in Superman 2 when Christopher Reeve looks at the monitor and sees like Zod. And he goes, he tried to tell me and I wouldn't listen. And it has a completely different fucking It nails it. It nails it, man. Like, it's like you can't just turn, fuck with, time. You're not a god. You have to actually be involved. You're not going to be able to just, I can just, change the course of human history, mess with time, do whatever I want because I'm Superman and get away. Like, no. And you can't be human. These things are coming whether you're not, and they need you to be Superman, not Clark Kent. That's essentially the theme of that,
Yeah.
So, and it doesn't have, when he kisses her at the end, it's like she knows he's still Superman. It doesn't do that thing where she forgets. So it leaves with her. Yeah, it's got a sad ending where he becomes Superman, but she also knows, and it's somber. Bro, it is the best fan edit ever made. Period. Because it should be the official version of that film, in my opinion. I mean, the works, prints, and all that stuff, Well,
I used to follow this guy called the Incredible Ant-Man, and he was an amazing fucking fan editor, dude. And he did this cut of Dress to Kill, and it was so fucking good that De Palma saw it and ended up flying him out, gave him access to a professional editing bay, and that's the director's cut that you can get.
De Palma's dope. They interviewed him on that Light the Fuse podcast, and he's great to listen to,
Dude, that level of humility is fucking awesome. And like, dude is a hell of
a guy who, was willing to tell George Lucas, this shit sucks. And he's proud of it to this day, like, no, here's how you fucking do it. Like, like I have my barber, I got my haircut a few days ago, and this guy's like my friend now for several years. And he just told me, he's like, yeah, man, he's like ex-Marine. He's like, I love Rocky Horror Picture Show. That's like he's always been afraid to like admit that, and I'm like, that's fucking dope, dude. You love, he's like, yeah. He's like, yeah, I've done all the shows and stuff and everything. I'm like, awesome. I'm like, have you ever seen Phantom of the Paradise? And he's like, no, what's that? I'm like,
what?
Oh, my friend, you're about to have a real fun night. You want to see the movie that made that all possible?
That is
you gotta check out. Yeah, I love Phantom of the Paradise, man.
Take 2 and call me in the morning because you're gonna fucking dig the shit out of this, sir.
Yeah, well, wait till you discover beef.
I can't imagine being embarrassed to like something.
No, when I was in the Army, we had a guy named Johnson. He worked in S3, which was like paperwork for us, like paperwork.
Mhm.
But he had a side gig at the theater running the it was an actual film theater, so he ran all the theater stuff, and so he'd take me back there and show me how to splice the film together, and two camera setup, flip this on, and when the little cigarette butt thing lights up, you flip the other one, and but he was really into Rocky Horror, and they were doing a rando barracks inspection once, and they found his heels, and he had to this is the don't ask, don't tell day. He had to explain what that was, to them. Yeah. I managed to wig out my drill sergeants in a completely different way. In basic training, you have wall locker. That's like your thing, your wall locker, and everyone has photos of their girlfriends or their wives or their boyfriends or whatever in there. Maybe musicians or something, hometown. Well, they opened up mine, and there was a picture of Shigeru Miyamoto just sitting there smiling, because they had just announced the GameCube to Project Dolphin development, and so I had this big photo, Shigeru Miyamoto, my wall locker, just a 40-year-old Japanese man. And I remember looking at me, what the fuck is this? Like legitimately, they never seen anything like it. I'm like, it's Shigeru Miyamoto. It's the creator of Super Mario and Zelda, Donkey Kong. Probably the greatest video game designer that ever lived. They were not.
It's much more normal than it seems.
Now, but not in 1998,
that's what I'm saying. Like, I swear this is much more normal than
yeah. Your kids are gonna love it. What is this generation of kids coming to? They would say, Meanwhile, cut to like a year later in the barracks, everyone's playing GoldenEye. A year after that, everyone was playing Pokemon Stadium. I mean, I bought Pokemon right when it first came out over there. It took a year, because I'd been following it when I worked at Kinko's in '96. I had been following it because it came out. It was on Game Boy in like '95. It'd been around for a while, but there was a legal issue because they wanted to call it Pocket Monsters.
Oh yeah.
When I worked at Playco, we had this newspaper. It was a toy trade newspaper, only for the inside toy stores, right?
Uh-huh.
Toy trade. I don't know what it was, but it was like a newspaper for toy news. And so they were following this. Galoob was suing them for over a monster in my pocket or whatever, right?
Of course they were.
So Nintendo finally lost the suit, and they just decided to call it Pokemon. And they're like, we'll just deal with the weird name, And so when it finally came over there, I bought a red and blue copy, and a gold one. And everyone like clowned me, but within 6 months, I had them all playing. It's like, and then I walked away from it because I didn't have time for it. I start a habit and walk away, like, I don't got time for this. I gotta draw.
I got shit to do.
Yeah. I'm glad I got you guys hooked. Peace.
Deuces.
I sold so many guys Dreamcast because of NFL 2K and Soul Calibur, and then it folded. They were mad at me,
Still was a good investment.
I think so, but you know.
There was enough good games that came out, and you can still play that system today.
The hardware still works.
Dude, they're awesome, man. That's still one of my... I think that is my favorite 2D fighting system. Dreamcast just is unsurpassed.
If you have the Capcom controller, if you're using that Dreamcast pad, you're fucked. Like,
I'll whoop your ass with the Dreamcast pad too, boy. I don't give a shit what I got on the pocket.
That is the worst D-pad. It's just mean. It just destroys.
It was like a fucking torture device. Looked like something out of an S&M dungeon.
It was rock hard, dude. It was made out of like There's sharp edges too.
I was gonna say, like, not even was it rock hard. It had like literal sharp, pointy edges for no fucking reason. Like, what the fuck?
It was so neat. And it's weird because like the Sega Saturn didn't have any of that. What were they thinking with that one? Like,
I don't know. Like, doesn't it look like it's from the future? No, looks like it's fucking like.
well, it looked like a second version of the Knights controller. You know, remember because they had a very similar pad with Knights.
Okay.
On the Saturn, very similar. Like, so it felt like, but it was like the Knights controller was actually comfortable. You know, this was not a comfortable. It wasn't an easy control. You could get around it, but it was, you know, it fucked my hand up, man. You know, I dealt with it.
I dealt with it. I mean, like, let's be honest, those N64 controllers. I mean,
but the N64 controller could be used with one hand on a lot of games with the Z trigger and stuff, you know.
I'm just saying that, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it didn't
have dual analog. That was the problem with the 64 controller. It used the buttons. They didn't think to put two analog sticks because of cost, you know?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So Sony, smartly so, was like, oh, we'll just put two analog sticks and we don't have to worry about this button thing. And they didn't cost me damn, right? And it's like, that was genius. The DualShock was a genius controller. And the original DualShock was way bigger. It was a size for American hands, you know? And I actually really liked the size of it. I thought it was better than the PS2 controller. Yeah, the original DualShock was bigger. And the original DualShock on the analog sticks, where you put your thumb, it went in to the controller. The DualShock 2 bumped out. It popped out. You know what I mean? Like it like indented. And so I preferred the indent to the outdent. I don't know what you call it.
You prefer convex to concave.
There you go. That's the word I'm thinking of. Thank you. Yeah, that's why artists got to hook up with a writer at some point. You're like, yeah. What's that word with the thing?
What's the
you
thing?
Know what I mean?
The other thing that sounds like me 90% of the fucking time, though.
It sound. You know what I end up sounding like? I sound like fucking Hurley Burley. Remember that movie?
I don't remember what I was watching, but it had like Alan Arkin and fucking. He was talking to Morgan Freeman, and he was like, you know, the best thing about getting old is you can like wander out naked into your lawn and like yell at the fucking neighborhood kids and then just tell people you don't remember. And he was like, well, what's the worst thing? Sometimes I get naked and I wander out on the lawn and I yell at the neighborhood kids and I don't remember it.
It's a genius. It's such a genius line.
Dude.
When you can use repetition to that effect, you know, like, I like Deadpool Wolverine. I think it's a great movie. I think there's one thing in the trailer they say let's fucking go, right? And the way Wolverine delivers it in the trailer, you feel like it's a guy who's finally agreeing to that mentality, you know? And maybe the movie, it might have been a running gag where he doesn't do that, you know? And then that's the one where he plays ball. But in the movie, it's like it's weirdly edited, that first fight when he says let's fucking go. Like the sound starts and then goes off and then he runs and then the sound kicks back. It's so weird that whole little sequence, I'd re-edit that. But had that been a joke where he's like let's fucking go and he's like you're like a child, no one says that, like in his universe, and all that slang, right? And then at the end, if he goes let's fucking go, then, you know, the third time you can make that work, right, through repetition. So that use of repetition is, I love that kind of writing. It's not a trope, but you know what I mean, technique.
Callback.
Yeah, proper callbacks.
Proper callbacks, man. That's the way you do it, man. That's
you have to make it set up though. You can't, you know, you don't luck into that.
No. It's not easy to do either.
Yeah,
for
I've
anybody.
taken notes on projects, you know, about that, and my cohorts usually look at me with No one cares, Rob. You know, like, well, I care. You know.
That's strange because I fucking care.
Yeah. I figure if I care, why wouldn't anyone else care?
You calling me nobody? Is that what you saying?
Yes. Yeah. Well, they got a point. I'm not gonna not argue with that point. I'm gonna pick and choose my battles. I am a nobody, but I have a point. A nobody with a point.
That saddens me to think of you as a nobody because I don't know what that makes me a nothing.
No, we're together here on the same show. Nobodies. We're third shifties, dude. We're third shifting it.
I'm the jobber at best. Fucking, you're fucking Brett the Hitman, and I'm like the jobber.
I'll take Brett. I love new generation. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. Like, I'm a new generation guy. When it went attitude, I was like, look, I can watch this for 30 minutes and then I want to watch porn. You know, like, let's just actually watch porn now, guys, because this is essentially porn wrestling. Like, The Rock is legitimately funny, but everyone else, I like The Rock and Eddie Guerrero. I thought Eddie Guerrero was the best of that generation.
Oh, God damn it. Thank you for that fucking shout out.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
Anyone who can do it with the smile and make the wrestling look good wins, you know? So Brett didn't have the right smile, you know? So like I think that's why he got over with the fans, but I don't know. But the Brett versus Owen bit, it's so fucking good, dude. It's so good.
Oh, he is a technician. You know, like a lot of talk, shit talk or whatever, but like the best there is, best there was, best there ever fucking will be. That motherfucker. And like the fact that he lost his career over a fucking asshat who could never fucking be bothered to learn to fucking wrestle.
No, the guy could wrestle, but like anything else, he wrestled his best. Like anyone else, they wrestled their best when they were Brett. You know what I mean? Like, fact. Brett made everyone look better, dude.
Well, I mean, he made him look better, but that's what cost Brett his fucking career. Is fucking Goldberg never learned to fucking wrestle.
Oh, I was talking about Shawn Michaels. Sorry, not Goldberg.
No. That's why I said. That's why it upset.
I said Shawn Michaels can wrestle.
Ended his career. That's what killed Brett Michaels' career. He had to retire.
I got to be honest with you. When he went to WCW, I just turned it off. I watched the first one, and when they made him a ref, I was like, "Oh, it's over." You know.
Oh, yeah, Goldberg kicked him so hard in the fucking head, he gave him brain damage, and he had to retire. That's what ended the Hitman's career.
I like the idea of the New World Order, like get all these guys who are leaving WWF to be like heels, and it's a great idea.
Fucking great in the beginning, and like dude, Scott Hall, holy shit, before he went totally ape fuck, like, I mean, what an amazing fucking
I love Razor Ramon. I don't give a fuck if it's racist shtick or not. Like, I'm like, I don't care, I like it, you know. So I know, but you know what, that's where I get to go. My dad's Latino, I don't want to hear shit, you know. Like, all my Hispanic friends like Razor Ramon, so you tell them that. Like, I know when people shit on Speedy Gonzalez now, I'm like, but my Aunt Rosa, all my uncle, they love Speedy. Like, I don't know what to say, guys, you know? Like, seems revisionist to me, but whatever. I'll take Razor Ramon over fucking half the shit we're getting these days. You know, and I've watched it. I'm like, I'm not like guys, I'm not one of these guys like, man, when I was in the thing, it was better. Like, no. I told you I didn't by and large love the Attitude Era, and I got to be one of the few people. I was like, I didn't like Undertaker listening to Kid Rock, okay? I like Undertaker being like the ghoul, you know, that's the shit that shouldn't work, right? Like, the undead guy. That's what I want. I don't want the Taker, the stupid biker. I grew up around bikers. I'm like, no, man, I don't. I'm not into this. Sorry. You know.
Didn't do the Cholo biker look, huh?
American Badass? No, I'm not into that.
Neither did I.
Not a Kid Rock guy. Never have been. So. I was like, if you're going to go that route, Insane Clown Posse is the better deal. And it turns out, just as human beings, that was true. I'm just saying, at the time, music, I had no idea
Oh
who
yeah.
these people were personally. You know?
Oh yeah. Way fucking man. God, ICP is nice.
Yeah, but you know, they were in the '90s. They were being portrayed as like
I
Venezuelan
remember.
gangs, right?
Well, they
MS-13.
I think it was only like maybe 6 or 7 years ago the FBI classified Juggalos as a gang. They're classified now.
Have they never been to a Raiders game? You know, I'm from San Diego. I can make this call. Like I know what Raiders fans are like. Like, there's no difference. You know.
No, man. It was hard for me to explain like Insane Clown Posse to people, and then you could play just little tiny clips from a song where it's like, what other rap group do you know that is out there preaching like their big things are like equality, treating women right, like complete non-fucking racism, like, and then like basically like love and fucking loving everybody for being who
I know, but you see guys dressing up like clowns, and you're gonna get
grabbing a dick and saying fuck a whole shitload and talking about murder, and you don't listen to the message. No, I get it. I'm just saying,
right.
No, I get it.
Beavis and Butthead watching Guar, right? Like people, you look at Guar, you're like, yeah, it's really not about the music, like it's a whole other thing.
Yeah, it was very strange to me when I got like a little bit older and I had like a bunch of my like black buddies who'd never heard of fucking Insane Clown Posse, and I could put it on for them and they were like, wow, that's definitely not what I expected. I know.
But that horror, they were ahead of the curve on like horror LARPing on some. I don't know, it's like a LARP on some level. You know what I mean? Like,
horrorcore, yeah.
Horror, is that what it's called now? Horrorcore?
Yeah, horrorcore, yeah.
All right. Okay, so there's a word for that. Right.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's another band called Twisted that was on Psychopathic Records with them that was like kind of perfecting that and taking it to the next level. And then there would be other guys that like, there was a guy named Necro that came along and he was really big into that like horrorcore scene. And that's when that shit all really
it wasn't my thing, Insane Clown Posse, but I was just saying at the time, like, I'd rather listen to that. My buddy, a friend of mine who worked in supply, was the big ICP guy in the army, so that's how I came across him. But I, when Gorillaz came out, I was like, what's the difference? It's an animated band, you know what I mean? Like, this is all, it was just a vibe at the time, and I love Gorillaz, so. But
I love Jamie Hewlett. I love the art for that band more than I love that band.
Yeah, I like it. Give me an animated band with animated music videos and toys. Any day of the week, man.
I remember when that CD came out and it had like the digital walkthrough of the house and shit, dude. It's like, oh my God, I've never seen anything like this before ever. What the fuck?
Well, when I came back to the States from the Army in like March of 2001, I was trying to tell my friends about it because they had been in Europe for a while, in Germany. I was like, man, there's this band, dude. They're like cartoons. Like, eventually, I hope it comes here. Like it's pretty crazy. And they wouldn't listen. And then when it came out, I was like, see, that's what I was talking about. Look at that. How great that is. Look at that.
That Clint Eastwood song. That's what I was telling you about.
Well, I was trying to I poorly explain this to some friends, but I was like, like in the Goofy movie, like there's that power lines, kind of like the Goofy Michael Jackson, but it's like the best Michael Jackson song never made. Like it's better than, it was like the last great Michael Jackson song was Eye to Eye on fucking the Goofy movie. It's like that, but imagine if they were their own, and like I didn't know how to properly describe things to people.
I was not doing it justice.
Yeah. Although I stand by Eye to Eye, I still think it's the best Michael Jackson song. Not made by Michael Jackson.
Although I don't know how much Oracle or going, Jack?
You're too far away, man. I can't hear you. Where are we at? Man, I did a lot. Look at that. I covered that whole thing in less than 2 hours. I'm gonna definitely go back and do some color pencil work whenever I'm done with this. I might do color pencil versions of the covers for Spawn Kills Every Spawn. And then just send them to them. Here you go. I did covers. I did my own. I did variants for free. Here.
Yes, yes, and yes. That is a great idea.
We'll do distress ink backgrounds, you know, little mixed media and color pencil main.
That'd be awesome as shit, dude.
I'm gonna start a show soon, dude. I don't know when. It's soonish, before Christmas, definitely. But I want to do once a week where I sit down with red pen and like 3 color pencils, and I do the ideation sketching that I did for Crash and on Spawn and stuff.
Oh, okay, cool.
I was describing that process on Sketch versus Sketchcraft, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, because they're like, well, you don't do full color. When I'm like, well, I would have, but it's time, you know? But here's what, when I don't have the time, here's what it generally looks like. And so I thought maybe that would be fun to walk people through, you know?
Super.
And we could even like come up with some prompts, you know, like, and even do some storytelling ideation, you know?
Oh, hell yeah.
So I don't have a good name for it yet, you know? So I'm still working on what to call that. So I'm kind of like hoping I'll, you know.
Like you just think about it long enough, you're like, something will come to me. It'll be brilliant.
Generally, when I just talk shit about something, that's when it happens, you know? Inadvertently. It's like free thought, free form thinking, you know?
Yeah, I know. I have these like weird random messages and like videos on my phone that like remind me of things because I'll be like sleeping basically, like half asleep, and then I'm like, that's what it is, and then I'll like sit up and fucking ramble shit at myself. Like the next day I'm like, oh fuck, I forgot I had that great idea.
William asked me, how long does it take you to do art for an issue? I do 2 pages a week. Sometimes I do 4 or 5, and then I do 1, but it averages to 2. So, also by issue 4, I do colored notes and edits as well on the coloring, and then by issue 4, I did full color guides for every issue, for issues 4 and 5. So, part of that was to save my colorist time. Part of it's because I'm already seeing in color, so I used to like just describe it, make them like a video walking through each section, you know, and going like from here to here it's like this, and it'll be this color palette, that color palette, and then he would adjust. But I was like, at some point I was like, I could see his works because he's coloring the main book now. And I was like, he's not gonna have time for back and forth, so I just started doing color edits, and that takes me a full week to do a color guide for the whole issue, which I don't think is that bad. You know? It's not monthly comics wise, but you know, and I'll show those color guides at some point. But like I know when I show them, when you take a second look, you think it almost looks finished, but it's not, you know. So, and he's done a really good job like translating all that stuff verbatim, so it is helping out. So, but to draw it, yeah, it averaged about 2. I would get more done if I didn't have to draw this comic in a comic book way. You know, the image comic-y thing. You still have to do a big thing and different size heads. So if I was doing my own comic, I might be faster, because then I could just do whatever I want. But I don't know. So I say that, and then as Uncle Jerk has said on his own about my work, yeah, Rob finds a way to save time, but then he puts that right back into the book. And so I don't actually ever end up saving time. I just find a way to increase the quality, like that's my fault. I grew up listening to those goddamn Pixar documentaries where they're like, we make our render time 4 hours, and so we get really good, but we get really good within a render time of 4 hours. So they don't actually find a way to do more movies. They just limit. So like, I'm like, 2 a week. That's, and if I can get better and better at the 2 a week, then I'll do that. But I'm not going to like, no do 8. That's how I would be a good comic book artist. But I don't want to be a good, I guess I don't. We don't do anything the right way over here at Sketchcraft Industries.
We do it how we want to do it.
This is how we do it, to quote the Turtles movie. This is how we do it.
I'm old, so my mind automatically went to this is how we do it.
I know, but there's another one when they go to the Foot Clan.
Yeah.
And Sam Rockwell's, giving them menthols or regular. There's a song that goes, "This is how we do it," but it's not that one. It's another one. Since you've remarked the issue 1 cover, I can't unsee the wrong color. Oh, I know, right? I don't know what happened there. So on issue 1 of Spawn Kills Every Spawn, his tongue is yellow, but it's clearly we designed that. We didn't just design it to be pink. We color held the lines red, and it's yellow. So I think they edited the cover. On the top corner, I drew it so Spawn's head's being ripped off by the Violator truck has a claw. The toy has a claw, like on a tow truck on the back, right? So on the cover, that claw is going off the page, circling around to the top corner, and it has Spawn's head that I wanted to pop over the Spawn logo. And they didn't do that. Whoever deleted that and put a big first issue with a yellow board background. That yellow, whatever was done in InDesign, whoever did that yellow spot colors bled into the tongue somehow. I don't know how. Or it was done on, it's a weird printing gaffe. It's possible it's a printing gaffe, but I have a feeling there was a mask done there that was inadvertently dragged in or not set up right,
Yeah.
So when I do remarks now, I color the tongue accurately with acrylic pen. Free of charge.
That's awesome, dude.
We know with acrylic pen, you can fix almost anything in a comic. I'm a big fan of Ryan Otley's work, right?
Oh yeah.
And when he did the Hulk issues, I was like, oh man, this is gonna be the best Hulk artist since Larson. Can't wait. And I got the issue and it's drawn brilliantly, but I want to fucking pile drive the letterist into the next century because the fucking lettering's god awful. It's gotta be the worst lettered book I've ever seen. So I'm not even kidding. I fucking hate it. So I went and took all the pages, I bought the digital copy, ripped them, right? And then I went and painted out all the fucking lettering for myself, right? And then did some quick edits, right? Where I can draw in some sound effects. So it had the same sound effect where it was supposed to be, but you can color. Yeah, I know, right? Because I'm like, this could be better, guys. It doesn't need to be this way. Doesn't need to be this way.
Doesn't have to be like this.
Doesn't have to be like this, guys.
There's nothing worse than when you see that shit, man. Amazing work destroyed by lazy ass or shitty letterists and colorists and stuff. You're like, oh my god.
I don't mean to slight their work, but I hate it. And more to the point, I blame editorial. I don't blame the letterists. This is an editorial problem, what has happened over the last 20, 30 years in comics is guys want to keep their jobs beyond work for hire, so they become editors. They all get jobs, right? They're like, writers and artists come and goes, but the editorial staff lives on, and they fucking suck. So by and large, they do. I like my editor, Thomas. Thomas Healy's a good editor. I've hung out with that dude. He gets all art styles, you know, a rarity in this industry, a rarity, Thomas Healy. But most editors I've ever met for comic, IDW, blah, 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 least artistic motherfuckers on the planet. Like, Thomas buys art. You go to his office, it's got fan art that he's bought from Spawn artists, and then eventually, you know, he finds a way to get him into a book. Like, he bought Wayshak's Violator cover, put it on a wall just so Todd would look at it every day, and then finally Todd went, hey, who's this guy? And so now Wayshak's drawing an issue of Violator, you know? I can't wait for it. So, like, that's what an editor's supposed to be doing. But you look at that lettering, and you're like, what are you guys doing, dude? You got an A+, you got the Invincible artist coming to Hulk, and you're gonna put on the C team? No. You know, you gotta, you know, and it sucks because the new Hulk artist has really took off, but I think Ryan could have got a bigger pop if certain things were handled more prestigely, like they were back in the day, right? John Byrne's coming back to something, or a new artist is coming onto a title, you make the biggest deal out of it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Nick Klein is fucking murder.
Yeah, he's if you take Dale Keown and Bernie Wrightson, right?
Dude, fucking painted pieces for that shit are on.
Right. But now no one remembers right now. I mean, I'm sure they do, but it's just not in the conversation when you bring up Hulk.
It was underwhelming for me.
It's a shame. The art was great. I think the art was great. The lettering was horrible, and
I think it also suffered pretty heavily from, like, you know, Donnie Cates' departure and all of that shit. So
I didn't follow any of that.
Well, he just got into a badass car wreck and fucking lost like the last year of his life.
Anyway, suffice to say, Ryan Otley's doing just fine.
Oh yeah, well, Ryan Otley ain't fucking crying about nothing. But he deserved a better. That run of Hulk should have done better.
Yeah, is what it is. I felt that way when Jeff Matsuda was on Wolverine. It's like you got Jeff Matsuda finally on Wolverine, and he's doing like intergalactic shit. Like Larson. I don't know who made that decision. The editorial made the decision, and Larson's like, I can write anything. Or did Larson decide to make it intergalactic? I don't know. You know? But it's like, I don't want an intergalactic Wolverine. I'm not feeling that one.
Yeah, I can't say that's high on my list of shit.
I do want crazy mutant monsters because it's Jeff Matsuda. He can draw any crazy mutant, you know, monster. So I thought that would have been a great place to redesign the Reavers, you know?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and do like a Reavers to a new take on the Reavers with Jeff Matsuda, you know?
Matsuda is underrated.
Oh, dude, I know. I mean, even Larson, every now and then someone on like Threads or back in the day Twitter, someone online will go, who's the artist who comics like drove away but they missed out on, could have done, and he's always like Jeff Matsuda. I'm like, that's true. I wish, you know, look, if they ever make a Savage Dragon cartoon, I want Jeff Matsuda involved, you know?
Yeah, he did a lot of stuff that was really, really impressive to me back then. I never understood why he...
Dude, we're going to cover Kaboom on our show, dude. I got the issues. We're going to go through it.
Oh, yeah?
Probably, I think we're going to do that episode too, because it's sitting here. So I know the first one we're going to do Maglia, then we're going to do Matsuda. So we're supposed to do that tonight, but I'm behind. So I'm going to give it another week or so. Once I get through this hard part of the book and I get into the easy parts, you know, then we'll go, and I want to maybe record like No, we'll just do one at a time and see how it goes. I'd rather just build it up incrementally. I'm not in, trying to do overkill, but yeah. I just wish like the algorithm favored a longer conversation for that shit,
Yeah.
So it's like 30 minutes to me is not enough,
Yeah, no, that's why we always did an hour on Rich's channel and shit even.
Yeah.
We'd always be
but I actually want people to watch these videos.
Oh no, I'm just
and like I've gotten them to do it before, but it just sucks. I mean I miss you three together, dude. The three jerks. I thought that was a fun show.
It was a fun show. I miss Rich. Good guy.
Watching him try to wrangle you two in, it's so awesome.
I always told him, I was like, dude, I will just ramble and shit talk the entire time. He's like, I know, that's why I love having you on. Okay.
Yeah, Richard Friend, if you guys don't follow Richard Friend's YouTube channel, it's really great. He's got tons of videos he's done where he goes through our different artists for books or stuff. He's been an inker for 30 plus years now, and I stand by it. He inked Travis Chare's Wildcats 3.0 or 2.0, whatever you want to call it. And those was it like 4 issues, 5 issues?
Yeah.
Wasn't much. Those issues changed the look of the comic book industry for 10 years. Like,
oh my God, they were so beautiful, dude.
Yeah. Unsustainable, but it shouldn't have been. It should have just been a 6-issue miniseries,
I still don't know how the fuck he was. Rich killed those inks, man. Like Chare's work is amazing, but like his finishes and stuff. Holy crap!
He did say Rich has covered his own work on that before, and he did say something that I was glad to hear from someone on that project, and it was, why didn't they just give him the main team to draw at some point in the regular outfits? Like fine to do the new realistic outfits, but people should have had the team in at least 2 or 3 of those first issues, and it's just not there. And I'm like, I'll tell you why Scott fucking loved L. Like that's why. Like it's just it's a shame, because we have that sketchbook stuff Sheree put in there where he did all the marker renderings of those outfits.
Oh yeah.
So it's so good, dude. I was like, can we just do a whole book of those marker renderings? Like, did you see Larson's Savage Dragon hardcover he did, the archives, the hardcover one?
No.
Dude, you'd love this fucking thing. Like, the back of it is all his marker sketches. And I'm like, Eric, you want to do something you haven't never done? Because he's always trying to find something new to the book he's never done. I know your colorist is going to hate this because it puts him out of a job for a few issues. Color 6 issues with the markers. Give me 1 issue with the markers. Do 1 issue with the marker rendering. Like, it looks great. Like, I think at the time it looked retro compared to computer coloring, but now that look is in. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, man. I mean, like, I wanted to see a book that looked like that for a long time. I've loved his. There's a couple of those guys that I would love seeing stuff from like that.
Yeah, I mean, if I ever could pitch an idea to Todd that had nothing to do with me, I'd be like, it'd be great is if you could just get Steve Olaf to go and hand paint all those pages all over. Get Ken Steesey to do some hand painted and just do hand painted reprints of your books. There's a whole collector's market for that shit. You could do oversized prestige editions of it, blah blah blah.
Just get him to recolor the mag so I can die happy, man.
All right. You know who should recolor? Oh, Steve Olaf. Yeah. You know who I'd love to see tackle some pages on that is Sienkiewicz.
Oh, dude, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a couple of guys like Jonathan, like Wayshack, I think would do an incredible job.
And well, Wayshack does everything great. No, flawless artist, Wayshack. Yeah. I rarely say that about some dudes, but I took one look. I'm like, nope, that's it. No changes needed ever. Just give him the career. I'm gonna go cry in a corner now. Peace. You know, it's that good.
And they basically have, thankfully.
Yeah. He's got the talent and the speed and his brain. As Miyazaki says in the new documentary, his brain lid is open. Yeah, Miyazaki talks a lot in this new documentary about opening his brain lid, and I understand this. I felt I finally did it on development of Crash 5, and then Overwatch forced it shut, and I went into a form of depression I can't describe. I still haven't really been able to get there. Like, I was on a different level of creativity, you know, and I'm like, am I ever going to get to do that? I mean, I will once it's hard on these projects to do that, because when you start going there, you create things no one's seen before. And generally people don't like buying things they've never seen before.
Yeah. That's the hard stuff.
And it's unpredictable. It produces results that are a little inconsistent, but you go, well, there is something. Wow, there's some. So like that's the space I want to live more in versus, you know, repeatable production artist. I think it's the only way to fight AI or limited learning machines. The unpredictability of the human mind. It's the predictability. Computers will just repeat the same thing over and over again, man.
I'm into that.
Like, did you ever watch the Fatal Fury, like, motion picture? The anime?
Don't know, actually.
Yeah, so it was back in like 95-ish, you know, it came out.
Mm-hmm.
And it was great because it was 69, beautiful animation. But like, whole sequences would just be taken, like, they get a different lead animator, right? And it would just change art styles sometimes, like, completely. And there's this one when, like, Terry Bogard, he's actually at an arcade playing Fatal Fury against some kids, you know, and it's great. And these guys show up to fight him, and then it cuts to, during the fight, some other animator was in charge, and it's like, it's a more limited version of the art style. I want to say almost like, if you remember like Sean Galloway's art when he first started, had that kind of like that street look to it.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit of like that, you know, very fluid and beautiful to look at. And then it goes right back to the anime style. I'm like, see, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with movies just, if it's great, I don't care if it jumps a whole different style during the sequence. I don't care.
That's never bothered me.
Yeah, as long as it's amazing to look at.
I just want to be entertained.
Right.
That's all I ask. Entertain me. Though that seems to be far too much to ask from many fucking people at this point.
All right, I need to go get some water and take a 10 here. You know, 5-10 minute break. Go get some water and continue what I'm doing. Give me a second.
Take your time, sir. Sorry, just sitting here painting.
All right. Sorry, I just did 100 squats, so catch up my breath here. So I can keep the blood flowing in my legs, man. Drawing so many hours, yeah.
Oh, dude, I got to stand up about every 45 minutes to an hour and like just even walk around the room and shit. Yeah, I feel you, bro.
I've tried, but 2 hours is how I can get enough work done. So my way around that is 50 squats, go downstairs, do stuff, 50 squats, come back up, you know. Seems to be doing it, but 45 minutes, I'll get right into my groove.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I say I take a break. Not.
We'll time you now. We'll time you now from now on. I'll have a timer going. At the 45-minute mark, if I don't see you get up, you're a liar. Lion jerk.
That's why I mean to get up every 45 minutes, but I look up and I'm like, oh snap. Probably should have done it. He probably should have gotten up off of my butt about 40 minutes ago because it's been like an hour and a half now. Damn.
I was doing errands today, you know. Had to run around town and pick some stuff up for the wife with her whole surgery. She needs foods and different things, and so at about like a couple hours on the road. So I decided to let the brain lid do what it's doing. And all of a sudden, I was like, hey, what if you did like a parody of Doctor Who called like Dogster Woof? Right? Right? Like a dog. Dogster. Like Doctor, Doggo, Dogster Woof. I don't know, something stupid like that. And you know, a parody of Time and Space. But then, check it out. It looks like in the art style of the opening animation to Inspector Gadget. Right?
Well, I'm just down with that, period. Because there needs to be more Inspector Gadget.
I noticed like the animation studio that was doing all those openings. They did Inspector Gadget. They also did the Heathcliff opening. I think they did the Dennis the Menace. I think that was the same studio.
That shit was so misleading back in the day. You'd see those like intros and you're like, oh, this is gonna be the greatest shit ever. What is this?
I know, I turned it off. Or I didn't really turn it off, I just stopped paying attention, you know.
Inspector Gadget being a definite exception there, as I did love Inspector Gadget. Admittedly.
How about we just do Dr. Woof? I like that one, Dr. Woof. I know, I'll never do this shit, guys. I just get all the bad ideas out on the road. That's how I got through like manual labor jobs when I was younger. As I used to interview myself about a comic I'd take over, you know.
You told me about that, dude. I was like, this is a crazy way to step outside of yourself.
Right. So like I remember once I was washing windows at Wendy's and I interviewed myself. I had taken over the Bad Rock comic. I was like, well, you know, the problem is it's a celebrity superhero thing. So what I wanted to do was I didn't even plan this. I just start rambling, right? Like what I wanted to do was go medieval with it. So he gets trapped in the medieval times and people think he's like a golem or something. So he's got to have Bad Rock fight. You know, he's like the monster. He's the least popular dude, you know, like he lives up in the hills and shit. And he's got to like deal with dragons and all this other stuff. But he's the teenage kid from the 90s. Stuck in like the 1690s or the 1590s or whenever the fuck that time was. Didn't have the internet, you know.
I'd have read that.
So it's sort of like Big meets Conan. Like this is what I would do while I'm washing windows, man. Like, you know,
yeah, it's better than being mentally there while you're washing windows.
I know, man. That's all I could do.
I always like come up with clever ideas at work. I'm like, oh, that's great. And then I will straight fucking forget them by the time that I am like gone or have time to like get to my phone to record them. Terrible. I'll be like, all right, now what was that wonderful idea I had?
If it's an idea, yes, but the interview thing always sticks in my head for some reason.
I know you said that, and I'm like, you got me all curious. I'm gonna have to try it now.
Because anytime I do the interview process, like I remember interviews, fake interviews I did 30 years ago, no problem, but I couldn't tell you one idea I had. I don't know why that is, you know?
That is interesting. The human brain, an enigma, I say.
Enigma? Like when Val Kilmer solves that stupid puzzle in Batman Forever. It's like, yeah, anyone. And we all got that 40 minutes ago.
Yes.
Enigma. Edward Enigma. And then Michael Goff gives him that look like...
Are we really in this movie, sir? Yes, we are, aren't we? Shit.
Here comes the spittle. There's a lot of spittle right now.
At least comic book movies aren't like that anymore, I guess.
Have you seen Morbius?
Ow. Yeah, I saw Morbius. Yes.
You're gonna appreciate Batman Forever.
Man, that movie was rough. I can't wait to see what they do with Kraven the Hunter. I'm so excited.
I'm hoping to get caught up on my work this week, so next weekend I can go see Transformers. I had no interest, but the word is it's really good. So you figure that one out.
Transformers out.
It's animated, man.
Oh,
CGI animation. Director from Toy Story 4, Rob Coleman from ILM's in charge of the animation. The marketing looks like dog shit, and fucking everyone who's seen it's got like a 90-something. I mean, like it. People are like, it's the best Transformers movie ever made. Like, marketing needs to be fired.
Huh.
We'll see. We'll see. You know, I prefer it to be animated. You know, I stand by that. Like, same with G.I. Joe. I want a G.I. Joe that is animated. I don't want a G.I. Joe that's live action.
Not gonna fight you there.
You know, Cobra Commander is gonna look better animated. Trust me. Hey, remember when Rob Liefeld gave Die Hard the Cobra Commander hood?
I do actually.
Yeah, I never explained that one. Why has he got a hood all of a sudden? I mean, you know, it's the Cobra Commander hood. But it's like he'd be flying around and it would sort of like stay on somehow.
Yeah. Like, what the hell is happening? That was a feeling I had a lot reading Rob Liefeld comics, though, admittedly, so...
I like the look though. I stand by, like, the look is cool. It just, I think the writing need to be more meta for it to work, you know?
Yeah, I wouldn't argue with that. Having any kind of actual editorial staff in place.
I know. Dude, Shelby streamed today. I missed it.
Oh,
he's
damn.
so random lately with the streams, yeah. Like, I took a nap right when he started streaming, apparently. So.
That sucks, dude.
I know, it does suck. I was like, God damn it. Haven't hung out with Shelby in a while. The first thing I'm gonna do when I'm done with Spawn Kills, I'm gonna finish that Rage Tality piece. I'm gonna hook it up too. You know me, man. When I say I'm gonna hook it up, I'm gonna hook it up. There's gonna be a digital and a traditional version of that shit. Full color pencil.
Nice.
Scud style, you know. I'll do that on 4-ply with the painted background. A whole bit.
Shit, son, you going all out.
Yeah. Not getting paid either, just doing it.
Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, man.
That's right.
Sometimes you gotta go above and beyond and just waste like 30 hours of your life doing shit.
I could have been binging like Steven Sanchez, man. He re-binged Who's the Boss. I'm like, see, I could have wasted my time doing that. God bless him. He loves his Tony Danza. I'm not a fan, but I get it.
But was he the boss?
No, man, it was the mom from Soap. She was the boss. I stand by it. Angela's mom.
Anyone from Soap is the boss.
Soap is fucking great, dude. Remember when what was it, the guy that was in Soap who ended up playing Uncle, the Grandpa Munster in the Monsters Today?
Oh Jesus, yes.
Yeah, I know. It just bummed me out watching that Monsters Today, and I was like, "What? You were on Soap, man? What happened?
What happened?
What happened with Monsters Today?" I hate Monsters Today, dude. I hate it.
Anything post Monsters is like, original show for me is like sacrilege essentially. So
You follow that YouTube channel? What was it called? Like Harry Hat. He covers a lot of this kind of stuff.
I think so. He does the mini miniatures, I think is what he calls them, right?
Yeah, he'll cover like the shit I like. It's just in my head. You know what I mean? Like Ernest Scared Stupid and Monsters and all this shit. Like,
yes, I do. Yes.
Maybe if I forget the guy's Hats Off Entertainment.
Hats Off Entertainment. Yes.
He's one of the best channels on the internet. So good, man. So good. He's
the whole reason I know that they recycled Killer Clowns from Outer Space masks for Ernest Scared Stupid. I didn't know that before.
Yeah. I mean, I don't always agree with his takes, but I love the channel.
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen anywhere I really disagree with his takes, but I almost always invariably disagree with people on at least something.
Yeah, right. Well, no one's ever agreed with anyone 100%. Like, was it Ed Koch, mayor of New York, said once, is like, if you agree with me 50% of the time, vote for me. If you agree with me 100% of the time, get a psychiatrist. So like, I'm of that mentality. He seemed to like the Munsters TV movie. He thought there was something to it, like in the '96 one.
Oh Jesus God!
I say none of it's good. You know.
Yeah, no. Not even necessarily sure what they were attempting to accomplish with that.
But you know, he did a good 20-minute video on Nothing But Trouble. You know.
Yes, he did.
It was a good one. And he covered one of my favorites was he covered the Coming to America sitcom pilot, dude, with Tommy Davidson.
Oh,
I saw that shit on Fox. I saw that live, man. That was one of the worst. That was so bad. Mm. I mean, it's a proto. At the end of the day, it's a proto Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Okay.
Like when you watch it, it really but instead of going to a rich house, he's a rich guy going to a poor house. But it has a lot of the same DNA. It's just poorly executed.
This is very poorly executed.
Very poorly executed. But I'd say it was poorly. Like, it makes you appreciate the Friday the 13th and the Nightmare on Elm Street shows having nothing to do with the movies. I never thought I'd say that.
Damn.
Yeah. But I'd rather have nothing to do with the movies than it's relying so much on you having seen the movie that it constantly goes, remember the movie? Remember the movie?
Yeah, you risk the like, you risk becoming like, you remember that one time at band camp? You know what I mean?
Right. You know I'm the only guy who never saw that movie?
What's up?
American whatever.
Oh, American Pie?
Yeah, I never watched it.
Yeah. It's not a must watch.
I mean, I love Allison Hannigan, but I was like, I don't want to see her not be Willow. I know it's mean, but like, I like My Stepbrother's an Alien, but I don't know. It was that kind of humor at the time wasn't my kind of humor. It was like really, it was like that era of Saturday Night Live with Will Ferrell and Chris Kattan and all them, where they're like, "Hey, see, I'm doing a joke about sex. Did you see that? Did you see the joke about sex I just did? Let me remind you, I just did a joke, and it's kind of sexual. Like that, not my kind of humor." Yeah.
Yeah, I can't say it was my big thing. I just saw it.
No, I know.
You know.
I know, but I'm just like, yeah, I never saw that. Like, I've seen the clip. I've never seen the movie. I almost watched it only because of SCTV.
I was gonna say it's almost worth a watch just for like the 2 or 3 really funny scenes with Eugene Levy, but
right. I know.
Because you know he's a fucking genius, and like watching him have like an awkward ass talk with Jason Biggs, where you know he's you know doing his eyebrow thing. It's just.
And I could just watch SCTV. Like even at the time, I had the tapes. You know. So.
Yeah, it was just funny seeing him as like an older guy, like doing the dad thing. Like I don't know. It's fun.
I didn't actually like Eugene Levy in Armed and Dangerous. I'm one of those guys. Like,
oh,
yeah.
Fine then, Rob.
He's not a likable guy. When you try to make him the likable guy, you know, like he needs. I don't know. He's better when he's not the likable guy. I like him better when he's Bobby Bachman or something. You know, Bobby Bickman. The gold chain and the big fro and shit. Pittman.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of his work with like Guest and stuff. So
yeah, I forgot Guest was in Few Good Men, dude. I was rewatching it the other day.
Oh yeah,
yeah, he's the fucking doctor they call up. Yeah, I forgot.
He's friends with everybody, dude. Chris Gadsden. Everyone.
I'm watching Few Good Men. I'm like, oh, I forgot fucking Spinal Tap's in this fucking movie. Like, well, obviously because of Reiner, right? I mean, he's director.
Yeah.
I put in Spawn Kills Spawn issue 2 in the in the goddamn Spawn Force area when they go to the auditions, the sign says today Puppet Show and Spawn Force. And then when you go and open the panel, there's a desk he's at. The desk next to him, it says Spinal Tap Puppet Show, and I drew there's Spinal Tap puppets. But on the chair, I put DeBurgi. And you can't see it on the comic because it prints too small, but they have oversight. I literally put DeBurgi, like he's supposed to be sitting there. Which was the director, the fictional director in Spinal Tap, for those who don't know. But yeah. And each of the puppets is literally a Spawn version of Spinal Tap. They're puppets. They're just tabled. They're sitting on the table. So I call them Spinal Tap. So stupid.
It's so stupid.
I even put the umlauts over the N. Spanul Tap.
Yeah.
Yeah, Spanul Tap. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Stretchy time.
Yeah, when we went to Six Flags in 1984, or no, 85, I can't remember what it was. And we went to that amphitheater, and I was like, is Spinal Tap going to be here? It's like, I recognize this place.
That would have been awesome. That's one of those bands I would have paid to go see. God damn it.
Well, they got a new movie coming out, man.
Do they?
Yeah, they've been making Spinal Tap. They're coming back.
They're making a sequel, or okay? I thought you said they're remaking it, and I was
no. They're making a sequel.
I'm irate. Sorry.
No, they're doing a sequel.
You would have truly heard an unhinged man.
Yeah, they're making a remake, but it's going to star Melissa McCarthy. And
Dude,
no,
she's so nice, though.
I know, but I can't stand her humor, man. Can't stand it. It's not because she's a woman; just can't stand it. You know, and the same way I can't stand Chris Kattan. You know.
Oh, did you compare Melissa McCarthy to Chris Kattan? That's
Yes.
Ow.
Yes. Yes, I did.
Ouch. I mean, not that I'm a fan of hers, but
the real talent on that lineup was It was Molly Shannon. Never got her due.
Molly Shannon should have been able to do serious acting. It is a real shame that her looks prevented her from doing that. That is the only thing that stopped her from getting into drama after that. She is a good fucking actress.
Yes.
She's also funny as shit.
Yeah, I put her on the same level as Jan Hooks.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Gilda Radner, Jan Hooks, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. No, I'm a big Molly Shannon fan, and that's fucking, it's funny because I fucking hate Will Ferrell. So, like, I can't stand half of her shit she did on Saturday Night Live because it was next to Will Ferrell.
Yeah, I like Anchorman, but that's and Elf, but that's it, man. I don't like anything else that I ever did. So.
I literally can't I don't know what it is. I just want to, like, have you ever just heard someone talk and, like, seen them and you just want to, like, slap the shit out of them for, like, no discernible reason? Like, you are so annoying to me. Like,
no, but I know people felt that way about me.
I know a lot of people feel that way about me, but
I've been on the receiving end of that one.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, man, because Will Ferrell actually seems like a fairly nice guy. And I got no beef with him at all.
No, it's try-hard comedy, man. I didn't have the word try-hard in 1999, 2000, but that's what it is. You know? They were all like there was nothing inherently wrong with their performances, like Sherry O'Terry and them, but they just were like, look, I'm doing the thing. Watch me do the thing. Oh my God, now I'm going to do the thing. And I'm just going to really keep doing it until I get a laugh. And it's like, I get it, man. It's not.
You're Rob Schneider all over the place. He wasn't funny and neither are you.
Right.
Yeah, because Rob Schneider, that's a perfect description of, like, try-hard and that's what kind of took over. Yeah, dude, okay. I get exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, we should do a superhero spoof comic one day called Try Hard. You know?
I would be all about that.
Just goes completely wrong, like him trying to be a superhero. He's just trying too hard. No one fucking likes him.
Everybody hates him.
Yeah. He becomes a villain because he's trying too hard.
You could like, even be more real. Like, you could write that more realistically than you can write any other goddamn comic book ever. Because that would be the reality of being a superhero. Just end up pissing somebody off.
I mean, some people could do that forceful comedy like Farley, but how many Farleys are there? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, Farley was a combination. He really had perfected that John Belushi physical.
But John Belushi did the subtle stuff too, you know?
No, but that's what I said. That's why I finished that by saying physical comedy. Because
Right.
Belushi was a much more
Somber.
nuanced actor,
Nuanced,
I think is the term that I would use than Farley. And I don't use that as an insult whatsoever to Chris, because I have an immense amount of respect for that guy's work, if I were to be brutally honest. But like, he was not, you know, not as he was never going to be Belushi. I'll put it that way.
Even John Goodman couldn't pull that shit off in Blues Brothers 2000.
Well, yeah, I mean, Goodman.
And John Goodman's a fantastic actor, like, and comedic actor, you know?
Yeah, it was cool to see him finally get some, like,
he should have won an Oscar for The Big Lebowski, dude. I know everyone loves the Jesus and shit, but what he's doing as Walter is next level shit, dude.
The whole, like, the whole side cast of that movie is what makes that shit. Like, I love Buscemi in that movie. I love fucking Goodman in that movie.
This is what you get when you fuck someone. I mean, like, come on, dude. My favorite is when he's in the car and he goes, "Come with me, come with me, come with me."
It's been like 2 years since I've seen that movie. I need to go back and rewatch Big Lebowski.
What does this have to do with it? I mean, well, not directly, you know. But
I did just watch the Hudsucker Proxy, though.
yeah, the visual was that came out in 91, right?
I think so.
91. Yeah, I always give that, like, you want to see the production design. Oh wow, look at me, I'm showing off my comics. If you ever want to see the production design on Batman Returns, kind of done better, go look at the Hudsucker.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, right? In the way that you can see the production design on Batman 89 if you go watch Streets of Fire. Right?
Yeah.
Like, there's a direct line there from Streets of Fire to Batman 89, I feel. In fact, so much so that even as a kid, I was like, why didn't they just get Willem Dafoe to be the Joker? And I stand by that.
They probably should have.
Right.
Not that I dislike Nicholson.
Yeah, he was 10 years too late at that point.
I just didn't. I've never bought him.
Yeah. I mean, they wanted The Shining and One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, but that's not what they got. You know?
Yeah, I think the coke had a hold of him real bad at that point too, and that probably didn't help the weirdness. You can always tell when Nicholson's extra coked up. All right. Oh yeah, I forgot we were talking all about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles earlier. I just like one of my buddies sent me this download packet that was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles soundtrack, and I was like, whatever, you know. He's like, no, it's the original uncut. It's got all of the fucking like unreleased cues and shit. And I was like, oh, that's dope. And
Oh yeah, they released it on vinyl. That's why.
yeah, and it's got the recording sessions with it. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, it's got all the recording sessions with it because they, I guess, had to like go back and like, you know, master stuff back from the tapes and stuff.
Right. Nice. Nice.
I was like, oh, that's super fucking cool. It's got like 3 hours of unreleased music on it. Like, oh shit. I didn't realize
really
so much original music for those first 2 movies.
Yeah, well, I only watched the first one. Turtles: Secret of the Ooze was my.
I didn't say I liked that movie. I said I didn't realize it made so much music. Trust me, I not like Secret of the Ooze is not my. Yeah. I didn't want, even as a kid, I was like, what the fuck is happening? Well, I guess not a kid when that came out. Damn, I wish I was a kid when that still came out. But young enough, they were still trying it. Like, they were hoping I'd go see it.
All right, William. Thanks for hanging out, dude. Appreciate it. Peace. And designed this character who has basically cannons on their arms, like behind them. They also hold swords, and in hindsight, I should have just done the swords. I wanted a little that Rob Liefeld over designed intentionally, you know?
Yeah.
But now that I do it, I'm like, makes more sense because I already have a character that's a big gun. So I was like, well,
oh yeah.
But then I'm like, whatever, you know. Like, I stuck with it. You know? It's a total like Liefeld homage on this one, but.
I had someone today that was like reading it, and they were pulling apart like a bunch of the splash pages, and they were like, I was devastated. They were like, I saw the sign for the Max spawn, and I kept turning pages and looking through all the spreads. He's like, he never showed up. Sorry.
Am I supposed to actually make the Max spawn in the comic?
Yes, apparently so.
I don't think that's how parody works. Like, you can do a chunk of something, you know? You gotta be careful about the whole character.
I was giving you shit.
Yeah.
I just thought it was funny.
Yeah, I'd love to, man, but I don't know. Like, no, I'm all for it, you know?
If it were like Marvel and DC, yeah, that's how it would work. Image, where everybody owns their stuff, and considering that Max isn't even an Image comic anymore, not sure that that's how that works.
Right. So, You know, on the questionable stuff, I just put an arm and a name. You know, like no one's gonna get too mad about any of that. I think. You know.
God, I hope not. Todd's done it more than once. That real famous prison sequence with just nothing but arms.
Yeah.
It did make me be like, oh man, I do kind of want to see that now, though.
I know. Well, I figure even if they never want to do another one of these, I have at least a few years of Spawn commissions I could do. You want the Spawn Max? Guess what? You're gonna pay for it. Just writing myself post comic book checks with this stuff, guys. Like, you know, it's coming. It's just.
Well, that's going to be my suggestion for the next sketch artist Sanchez now. Spawn Max!
No, we're not doing that.
I'm giving you shit.
We're not doing that. Dude, Royce goes, oh, you guys should do the darkness. I'm like, in 1 hour?
God.
Like, well, this one artist hooked it up in an hour. I'm like, well, then he could fucking come on the show and do it. Like, I'm also trying to do a design, you know? I'm not just like drawing a character in an hour. So, I mean, you know, I mean, like he always picks like, yeah, man, go do Weapon Zero in like fucking 30 minutes. You know, I love Royce, but come on, man.
He knows what characters he likes, and he is unafraid to tell you to draw them.
I know.
I'll give Royce that.
60 minutes. 60 minutes.
I still can't believe you pulled that max off in 60 minutes, man. That shit looked crazy.
I think it was closer to 90.
Was it?
Yeah, we did an extra 30 minutes, I think. Yeah. But we were talking, so it slows down, you know?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, totally, dude.
So, like, that's the one thing on that show. We need a third person to shoot the shit while we work, you know? And I try to get Brandon on, but Brandon works. So, yeah. But, so I told him we might have to do a 90-minute show because the slowdown on the talking eats into some of the productivity. I mean, there's really no way around that. You know? But it was essential. I could have probably done that or more in an hour if I was just not talking, you know?
Yeah, more plowing through work and shit. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I'm the same way. It's weird for whatever reason. Like whenever I'm shooting the shit with you, I don't slow down. But normally, whenever I talk on my channel and stuff, it really fucks with my speed.
Well, what I like about the pace I have when I'm doing the pages here on the stream is I don't want to be rushing through these pages.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm afraid sometimes when I get on my own thing, I can go too fast, and I'm like, oh, I'm going to fuck up. And there's been a couple pages I don't like. And I'm not going to say what they are or where they are. Well, maybe, you know, when everything's said and done, we'll have that conversation one day, you know? But there are times when I'm like, I went too fast, you know?
Yeah, you said that.
Down. Yeah, I needed to slow down. And I know where, you know? So it's like, you know, sometimes I can go a little too slow, you know? When you're like, oh, I need to pick up the pace a bit.
Yeah, like, yeah. Yep.
But sometimes I just don't know how. I don't know how to go faster. You know?
A lot of times I can't. I want to. I know I should. I can't.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'm no... Who's that guy doing the Hulk?
Nick Klein.
I'm no Nick Klein. Yeah.
That guy's a fucking monster, dude.
Yeah. One Nick Kleiner, don't come here.
I must admit, Nick Klein also has got me because I really love his color schemes. So
Yeah, well, it's very Wrightson, you know, like it has a Halloween kind of like thing going on, you know.
Yep.
A little bit of that Chiodo is kind of like pinks and, you know,
pinks, orange, green, and blue. Slam that shit together and fucking I'm a happy camper.
Yeah. And then partly it's because like it stands out because fucking the industry moved to browning every fucking thing at some point. I'll never understand, you know. Nothing angers me more when they're like, look, we recolored Jim Lee's X-Men and it's all fucking brown. Nothing angers me more, man. You know? Like, keep the fucking original color palettes. Just bind them together better, you know? You do not fucking change the color palette. They work just fine. Well, they're too gaudy. No, they're not gaudy. You can make it work. Don't want to hear shit about it, you know?
Were they too gaudy when they sold 10 million copies of that first issue? Yeah. Exactly. So shut the fuck
Even
up.
Today, when we put the shit on shirts, we can't put the fucking brown stuff on shirts. It doesn't sell.
Well, no, it looks like ass. The guy who did that X-Men #1 recolor, Tom Mason, has been apologizing for it for years. He was like, I was paid to do it. I didn't like it either. I'm sorry. I would change it now if I could.
No, this is an editorial problem. I'm not going to blame artists, you know?
Exactly. Or in some cases, artist problems like Sam Keith.
Right. Sam Keith made that call.
God
I blame Sam Keith.
Man.
It's like, delete Steve Ola's colors. What the fuck are you doing?
What are you talking about? What do you mean? We're gonna totally recolor the fucking no.
Now, if he had done it himself, like hand painted, I'd be up for that, right?
Yeah, like maybe then I could have gotten down with it, but it's like your whole intro is like I'm literally he says it. I'm not gonna George Lucas this. What did you do, What did you do, Sam? What did you do? George Lucas this shit.
We gotta call it. Gotta call it like it is, man.
Special edition, the hell out of it.
You get no bonus just because I like it, you know.
No, nobody gets a pass just because I like them. Not when you do something like that. Like, why?
No one ever looked at the Maxwell. You know the problem is the colors.
Like no one ever.
No one ever fucking said that, you know? So you know what the problem with the Max is? There isn't more of it. Or maybe the ending sucks, dude, you know? I'm not a fan of the ending, you know?
Oh, really? You didn't like how it wrapped up?
No.
I'm just curious. Some people will dig it. Some people don't like it.
I get what he's going for. I don't care for it. I'd rather he get lost in the outback in his own mind, you know? Something like that.
Well,
no.
I'm curious, like, what do you think he was going for?
I have no idea. I think he just wanted out.
Okay.
You know, I think that's a man who wanted it to stop.
Okay, cool. Because that's
whatever popped into his head on how to do it on that particular day is what we got.
What was going to happen. Exactly. Okay.
Yeah. I don't think there was a plan.
Yeah. Okay.
There was a decision.
There you go. And
I think he probably had fun drawing human versions of these characters, you know, of that character, you know. And you know,
he wanted to do Friends of Max, but they wouldn't let him do Friends of Max.
No, I think those kinds of books live in the fantasy world. And the minute you start trying to David Lynch it, I think you're going to run into problems. So I think you're better off going with high fantasy than deep psychological. I mean, elements of it, fine. But when it goes into like, and it's real, and it was this thing, no. You know, that's like, hey, man, Michael Jackson's going to be on The Simpsons, but he's going to be like a bald, fat, white guy. You know, like, okay, waste of a fucking thing. I see what you're going for, but, you know. Like the real fun would have been Michael Jackson actually gets stuck with The Simpsons. But I know, man. Like I'm not. This is the commercial side of me that goes, no, that's a waste of an opportunity. But whatever.
Yeah, I am always curious of people's takes on the end of the Max.
I've seen worse execution. It doesn't bother me. You know, look, I have weird taste. I like Zero Girl. Love it. I don't care if it's based on a problematic premise, could give two shits less. That's the comic. You know, problematic to me, unless it's outwardly calling for genocide. Like even then, if a character's psychotic, that's the name of the character. If a character makes bad decisions, you want to make, that's the character. That's what the book is. You know, I'm not going to come over here and go, well, this is endorsing. No kid's reading Zero Girl. First off, don't even fucking go there. You know. And if you want to fucking say something's problematic, well, that's based on his life. People's lives are inherently problematic. You know, nobody has the perfect life. Nobody.
Yeah.
You know, we've all made wrong decisions. We've all made good decisions. We've all made decisions, you know, and I'm like, dude, I will fucking take 100 Zero Girls over fucking another derivative Venom reboot book that features now and even another Venom, you know? Here's another Venom. I want more Zero Girls. I want more Hulk Wolverines with dead girls drawn in crayon. I want more of that. And less of like, you know, here's a fucking Secret Wars 3. Mm-hmm.
Yep. I'm with you on that one, man. I am with you on that one. Like,
I was always like, what if he had taken Zero Girl and then mixed in Alice in Wonderland halfway through it? You know? She just ends up in like a Wonderland version of like Earth. I mean, that's how crazy those kinds of ideas, they can go there, you know?
Oh yeah.
And it's like whatever.
You sound like me now.
Whatever, you know. Jonesy says artist works with a fixed salary in the job advertisement. They often state they want people who can work speedy. The labor market tries to kill us by making us live elevated cortisol levels. Joni, you on caffeine tonight? What are you trying to say? Hold on. I love Jonesy, but some nights, man. Maybe have Chat GPT. Hold on. I'm gonna take this, Jonesy, right? Right. It didn't show and hide it. Can I just copy? Yeah. I can't copy the text. That's so annoying. You can't just like highlight or copy the text.
You should be able to copy the whole message.
I can't.
Really?
Yeah.
It's
Can't do it.
crazy. It even lets
I can
you do that.
favorite it. I can hide it. I can like. I can't.
That's ridiculous.
Delete comment. Ban user. Can't copy. All right. Now I'm pissed. Not at Jonesy. Hold on. Let's see if AI can make sense out of what Jonesy just said. Let's see what ChatGPT says. An artist working on a fixed salary often finds job advertisements emphasizing the need for speedy work. The labor market seems to be pushing us to the brink by forcing us to operate under constantly elevated cortisol levels. This version clarifies why job demands, particularly in creative roles, are contributing to high stress levels. Yes. Okay, that makes a little more sense. So it has nothing to do with Sam Keith, but I get it. I get it, John. Limited learning machines can explain things sometimes.
Oh yeah, they're good at figuring out some stuff.
Yeah, I mean they ripped off 1 million artists to do it, but you know,
And
I actively look forward to the lawsuits.
They are definitely useful for writing impaired when it comes to descriptions and stuff. Like you can tell when it's AI, but man, is it a lot better than a lot of the posts from a couple of the guys that I know of that use it. Like their shit is incoherent when they write it.
Right. Yeah, I have a watch alert set up on Heritage Auction for Zero Girl art.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. I'll get one day. It's not well liked, so I don't think it'll cost me that much. But I will own something.
Are you seriously looking for a page?
Yeah, I mean not immediately right now, but yeah.
Whenever you get in the market, let me know.
Will do. Yeah, man. I definitely want one.
I should be able to easily facilitate that for a good page for a much better price than anything on a Heritage for you.
Yeah, I will let you know for certain. Because I was like, if I'm gonna own some Sam Keith art, I want some from Zero Girl. Dude, you look at Travis Charest's little marker sketches from the Wildcats. I'm like, man, why didn't he just draw that book?
Yeah, I know.
Right? They're so good, those marker sketches. He's gone too realistic for me now. I can't take it. I hate to be that guy, but this stuff where it's like it's somewhat Mignola, but somewhat Jim Lee, you know what I mean? Like with those perfect like line folds and shit. Like
I can't remember the last stuff of his that I like really looked at.
You should look at the marker work. He did his little marker sketches and shit.
No. I mean new stuff.
Oh yeah, he did some with Mark Miller. He's just tracing over photos now, and I'm like, there's no drawing, dude. I can't.
Yeah.
Guys, I mean, look here. I'm gonna post this in here, guys. Like, look at this stuff, guys. A book as is. I mean, I hate to cut Richard out of a job here. You know what I mean? But like, a book as is, like this. Like, look at this stuff, guys. Stuff's great. And they look comic booky. That's what I like. I don't like it when they're like, oh, and then all. I mean, he made the realistic stuff work. I'm not saying it doesn't look great, but I still prefer costumes. You know, it's a comic book. Sorry. Sorry. You know, old Uncle Jerk demands Wolverine to be in mask at all times, or it doesn't count. So I'm gonna say I want costumes in a Wildcats book. Sue me.
You're telling me it wasn't annoying that Wolverine was for 30 years and didn't fucking put on?
Yeah, it was annoying, and I always said it was bullshit. It can work because Batman works in a rubber suit. It can work.
Fucking.
So I agree with you. That being said, to discount the quality of the film simply because it doesn't have that is ridiculous.
Oh no, that is not my only reason.
That Days of Future Past is an excellent film. It has one bit that I could go, okay, could we not have Simon Kinberg ever write a train sequence ever again? You see a train sequence in an X-Men movie, welcome to Simon Kinberg, you know? But I just can't, Magneto can't rewire Sentinels from like 200 feet up in the air on a moving train. That's just not a power he has, you know? How would he, it's ridiculous. So, but the sequence they ended up doing after that with them was a great sequence, you know? They just didn't know how to get from there to there, here to there, you know? So, whatever,
man. It's my United States of whatever, Rob.
It's my United States of whatever. And then I saw that one, I said, hey man, how you doing? Of whatever. It's the song for 2024, man.
Fucking on into that.
Anytime some batshit crazy fucking news headline comes over from the you know who fucking who, I just put out United States whatever. Like I'm not getting sucked into this void today. You know?
Not going down this hole.
Remember when they go to the mall, Sifl and Ollie? Remember when Sifl and Ollie go to the mall? It's so good. They pull that all off.
Oh, Sifl and Ollie. We need a million more things like you.
I just don't like that the book just has like parts of characters drawn in it and they don't actually show up. How about I just didn't draw anything? You can never win with folks, you know? I've heard this before. It's not the first time. It's just like, guys, come on. All right.
It wasn't a legitimate complaint. It was more like, oh man,
no, I know.
I want to see this now.
I know. I try to like, and I think about this when I do it because I've heard it. And I know they're gonna be mad they don't get the full thing. You know,
and they did call you a cock tease, and they asked for your address so they could send you a pipe bomb. But I mean, I didn't give it to them or anything, so they weren't that upset.
What was the show with the tapeworm when she swallowed the puppet tapeworm? This is my pet tapeworm. Remember she eats the tapeworm?
I don't know.
Was that Mad TV or was that fucking who was that? There was a skit where she's like, "How do you say I have my pet tapeworm?" It's like this little puppet paperworm comes out. Hey, well, how you doing? He had like ribbon tapes for mouths and shit. Like, I love my pet tape. Then she takes them and swallows them. That's what's in my head, folks. It won't go away.
Welcome to my nightmare.
You mentioned a python, I think about the tapeworm. You know.
Oh man, I'm so stoked. I found out like that they put out a soft cover edition of the Brian Boland Apex edition of the Judge Dredd 2000 AD stuff. So I'm actually gonna get to check that out.
Oh, nice.
Portable.
There's another guy who should never have recolored a book.
Oh Jesus! Yeah,
You know exactly what I'm talking about, don't you?
Or oh my God, Abomination!
I'm not even a huge fan of that book. I remember everyone telling me how great it was going to be. When I read it, I was like, all right, I mean, it wasn't like Dark Knight level shit, you know?
Yep.
But
Yep.
The one that I took away was the colors certainly put you in a level of psychedelic craziness. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and the way that
absolutely, that was one of the big things I actually enjoyed about that book.
I remember at the time in high school describing it like, you remember in Willy Wonka when he takes the kids on the boat? You know?
Yep.
And he starts to see all those lights and worms and shit are coming out their nose, like that stuff, you know? Like, it's like that. And so then he goes and recolors it brown. Nobody wanted that recolored, man. Nobody was like, I don't know. I don't get it. You know? I know like Kayfabe and them had them on there and they were they were juicing them up on it, but I was like, we all gonna agree this is good? It's not because it's not good.
It's not good.
I'm sorry. I love Brian's work, but it's not. Don't do that.
No. Bollocks, in my opinion.
Yeah, Brian Bollocks.
Dude, that shit fucked that book all up. Again, muddy and like no
boring.
Look at
yeah, generically boring.
Yeah.
Let's recolor the Watchmen and make everything brown. Right? Because that's what's wrong with it.
Yep. I never understood that one, but I guess I'm not the artist, so I wouldn't know what was in their head when they were making stuff or whatever.
Jealousy. Someone did something they couldn't do. They don't understand it. So. Or they want to write a colorist out of a residual check.
That seems likely in several cases that I know.
Has anyone said that yet? Because I'm saying it.
Well, I could give this a shot.
Yeah. Keep all the money for myself.
You could give it a shot, but really you don't need to. You don't need to.
Right. I'm gonna go recolor Spawn Kills just to cut Robert out of a check, you know?
Well, but see, I mean, I wouldn't complain about that.
Hey, Rob's doing a great job on the colors. What are you talking about?
I think Rob's killing it on colors.
Yeah.
To be very honest, hey man, I talk him up all the fucking time. I'm just saying.
Right.
You getting to do your own colors.
It's just because you know I wouldn't turn it brown. That's what we're talking about. Right. Okay.
Fuck you. I know you'd give it to me, it'd be just this shit brown smear. I'd be like, what the fuck?
I'm giving you the brown. That's what I would do. I'll recolor it like Brian Ball and recolor just for
exactly.
I'll give you a forward. I want to thank Uncle Jerk for telling me to do this.
I was gonna say, and I would be named in the forward. Like, by the way, if anyone wonders why, it's because
send all your peace and loves to Uncle Jerk.
It was totally his call that I did.
Here's the Arby's he works at, so go and let him know.
But go and say hi, and also get a sandwich while you're there.
Yeah, get a sandwich. Dude, you follow like Uncle Ewan?
Oh, fucking hell yeah! I got a piece sitting about 10 feet away from me.
Yeah, he did a review on my comic, by the way, like on one of his streams, like right inadvertently. But I've been following him for years because he's so good, right? And he does this really good. People don't know Uncle Ewan on Instagram, EW, and he does like these really great. I mean, he paints, he draws, but he also, one of the things he does really well is like these ballpoint crosshatch drawings, you know, really brilliant cross hatching and stuff, right? And this week he did one of like Jason and Michael Myers, and then he animated like their posts, so they're like a video game. They got the up and down like. And I'm like,
hey, did you see his Leatherface sprite?
That's what I was saying. It was Leatherface. Yeah, the Leatherface. It's not a sprite because he drew it, but he rigged it a little. He animated it, right?
Well, it was supposed. It's an animated sprite. It's supposed to be a sprite, but yeah, he did a.
It's just he could rig his art up in. There's a program called Sprite, but you could take drawings and rig them. You know, like if he drew through everything, you know.
Yeah.
You can separate everything and give them skeletal frames, you know, and animate them. And I'm like, God, dude, I want a whole fucking game in this guy's like art, just like that, right?
Yeah, because he did Leatherface and Jason.
Yeah, they're so good.
They're fucking awesome, man.
Yeah,
and he did that. Did you see the skateboarding animation he did a while back?
No, I missed that one.
God damn, dude, he's fucking crazy good.
Oh, I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, it's really good. I mean, like, you know, obviously it's not video game, but it's just like, I don't know how he does that.
No, it is. No, because see, modern video games, you can do this now really easily.
No. The skateboarding one, not the two new ones.
I actually own 2 copies of Sprite legally. Like I have 2 licenses because I was going to try and do a game demo with my art, you know. And Brandon's wife was helping me with all that. And then when they got divorced, it just went down the shitter. So, yeah, waste of time. I was trying, folks. I was trying. You know.
Yeah, I love Ewan stuff. I've been following him for about like 10 years or so, 9-10 years.
Yeah, I'm around there too, somewhere around there. Because it was like it came up in my Google alerts. I got Google alert spawn kills because I don't care, you know, love or hate it, I want to hear it. And somehow like it came up in there. Oh no, he even sent me a link and said, "Hey man, I talked about this." So it's like buried in one of his videos. But I was appreciative. Like, oh man, dude, really appreciate that, you know, because the dude's super. I mean, he can do that Simon Bisley stuff, you know, and he can do like, you know, Jim Mahfood almost, but like with way better rendering.
Yeah. I definitely got into him for his biro work, but like I watched him evolve as a painter and been kind of blown away. He did this he did a fucking Max piece for me actually. I have it like sitting right here.
Yeah, he's super good, man.
He's fucking awesome, man. Have you read Gun Viking or not Gun Viking, Death Fist yet?
No, I have not.
Oh, dude, it's fucking great, man.
Yeah.
I mean, as if there was any doubt, right?
I know. I mean, he sent one of his books into Kayfabe, and they're like, "We like this. This is dope." He got those guys to actually. No, he's super good, man.
Yeah, I
He's
love
one of the best illustrators out there today, bar none.
Super creative, super guy, good guy too, man. Nice guy.
Seems like a real nice guy.
Really nice guy.
Yeah, he had questions about my process on his. He's like, yeah, so like, how is he doing all this? Is it digital or I don't, like, it looks like these posters are redrawn, I think, but I don't know. Like, you'd have to be he's like, you'd have to be an insane person to. So I sent him an audio note. I'm like, I redrew him. I redrew him because it wouldn't look right if he just photoshopped that shit in there. And on later issues, I've also recolored them because there's just no point in some of these colors are unusable anyway. So. Like and I found out that when you switch camera angles, I'm having to draw shit twice. So now I just draw them at high res now individually, by issue 3. And then I Photoshop the ones I redrew in high res, and then warp tool them so they fit all. And he's like, yep, that tracks. That's the best we have. Yep. Don't envy you. Basically doing that for like 3 people to notice, but
for those of us that do.
I appreciate he noticed it. Yeah, when I say people, some guys out there just have really great drawing ability. He's what I'm talking about. I don't have that. I'm not doing those like look at the people like trust me. Look at the cross hatching thing he's doing. That requires a tremendous amount of skill. Like that is beyond old sketchcraft. So he's super good.
Yeah, Ewan again, Ewan McLaughlin, Uncle Ewan. Those are his monikers. He's got a YouTube channel you guys should check out if you haven't checked it out. But at least get on his Instagram page and just flip through some stuff.
We're gonna have to do a shout out on him. When I say like we're not just covering books, we're covering artists, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, absolutely. And when we do it, we can show off the ash can of Death Fist, and I've got Gun Viking and an original piece, and I've got the first book that he ever published with an original illustration by him as well that we can show off too, dude. No, yeah, I really respect him, and he is a very nice guy. So I'd be down with that like a motherfucker. I remember when he dropped his first ever ballpoint book, and I was like, oh my God, like, how do you do this, dude? And he's just gotten, I mean, not that he wasn't amazing back then, but now it's like looking at his stuff, it's like, dude, I literally don't get it. How do you have that much control with a ballpoint pen?
Right.
I do kind of sometimes feel like a jerk though, because like I'm always, talking that stuff up. I always feel like I'm kind of like one of those guys who's like, because I love his painting, you know, he's a phenomenal painter. But I feel like one of those guys who's like, I like your original style best. You should go back and do more of your ballpoint pieces.
I get this all the time. Like I get it with the like I got it with the saucy stuff. People are like, I hate this, I love this, I only want this, or I want, it's the that's the problem when you do a couple different things, everyone has their favorite, and I think I can't speak for him, but I know in my case it's just like sometimes I want to do the complete opposite of what I'm doing, and that's what kind of comes out of it, so I'm sure at some point he might feel burnt out from the ballpoint, and then the painting happens, right? And then you do that for a while, then you flip back over. So, or it's just like hand fatigue. I mean, ballpoint pen at that level, there has to be a level of hand fatigue,
I would assume so.
Yeah. That's like my process is more, even with the color pencil, I can put so little down. But with ballpoint, like I know, like when I'm using it, like you can only layer so much, so you just have to basically get it right the first few passes, the first couple. You know what I mean? Like, and he's got that down, but I know like my hands always hit fatigue at some point, but maybe he doesn't. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. He's been doing it for so long. There's a good possibility it doesn't even phase him anymore, or else
right.
They're worn out. You know what I mean? I don't know. I just meant like I kind of feel like he's one of the very few guys that I ever do feel guilty when I look at his stuff, because every once in a while I'll catch myself. I never actually say it to him, but I'm like, dude, I want to see more of your fucking ballpoint stuff.
Well, that's how I feel about Andy. Is it Andy or Adam Kubert? Who's the one that did Superman?
That's Adam.
Yeah, remember he was doing that stuff on Conte paper?
Yes.
I was like, just do that for the next 10 years. Not interested in the inks anymore. Just do the Conte paper,
Dude, oh my God, that stuff was mind-blowing.
Yeah.
That's like
Jim issues like this.
Busted out with his death blow style.
Right.
Like, yes, okay, I can, yes. I am heavily on board for all of this. I've just been going back and like getting a better appreciation for his work lately, though. I kind of shortchanged him a little bit.
Now, what got me onto him was one day at Comic-Con in the 90s. Todd was saying he should be an image. This was in the 90s.
Yeah.
And who at Marvel was Todd praising?
Truth.
So it's like, I was like, what? So then I went back and I was like checking out his work on X-Men. I'm like, oh yeah, these dynamic. I mean, he's doing the leafing, but he's a whole different level,
Yeah.
Whole different level of dynamics and everything else. And it's just like, no, this shit bounces right off the page, like leaps. Yeah. If it wasn't for Joe Mad, he might have been the best artist at that, but Joe got all that heat, right?
Yeah.
So
good luck shining next to Joe Mad. That is a tough act to follow, man.
But at least Kubert stuck with it. Like Kubert would have drawn Battle Chasers issue 10. That's all I'm saying. He wouldn't have handed that shit off to an assistant.
No, he would not have.
I love Ludo. Don't get Ludo mad at me. I love Ludo. I just don't think he should have been drawing his own series, not issue 10. Ridiculous. That's not how Joe Mad pitched that fucking book to all of us on the Kickstarter. He's like, I will draw issue 10.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was like one of those like get us across the stretch goal thing, dude. You know? And if I do it, dude, issue 10's coming, like, holy shit, that's, you know, I bumped my shit up from a base pledge to like $120 tier pledge, you know?
Oh,
If he had been like, I'm gonna get Ludo to draw, I mean, I love Ludo's stuff on like, because he used to draw the Warcraft comics, and my buddy, I'm friends with Tony Washington. Tony colored it, and they're great stuff, you know. But I'm like, that's not Battle Chasers issue 10, you know. You create your own series. You do a Night Wars series, fine, you know, like. But yeah, I felt we were hoodwinked on that one.
Bamboozled.
A little bit, man, a little bit. You know, and then no offense, creatively, I just strongly disagree with Ludo's color choices on that book. I'm like, that is not Battle Chasers. I don't want a limited color palette, but this is, what are we doing, dude? Sorry.
No, that doesn't sound like Battle Chasers to me. Limited.
No, but dude, it's like really basic, bland, flat colors, and like, no, man, you know. So I call it IDW's Battle Chasers. I think a little shit talker of me, you know. Look, when I get a negative review, I go, well, you know, I've talked enough shit, I've earned it, you know. Like, I get it, but you know. I don't like harp on it all night, but you know, I haven't been that let down as a fan in a long time. Not as bad as The Dark Knight Strikes Back, but up there for me, like very close.
Whoa!
I know no one wants to say it because Ludo's a brilliant artist, but like you can tell something happened because like. He started posting pencil images of battleships and shit that looks way Joe Mad like, you know, after it, you know. And so Brandon goes, why wasn't this in the book? Because Brandon is one of those dudes. And I think he said Brandon's like, yeah, he just replied deadlines. And I'm like, nobody asked for Battle Chasers to be done fast, you know.
No, I don't think
wait.
Would have expected it done fast.
We didn't wait almost 35, 20-something years for fucking. How to make a deadline, dog, you know. Like, I'd rather he just not do it. I'm gonna be honest, you know. Sorry.
Not sorry.
If one day Todd decides to put together a Spawn Spider-Man, I want Todd to do that, right? You know. He'd probably end up getting Greg, but you know, just take a year, man. Take 2 years, Todd. Just actually put the work in. You know, I get you're 70, but you can do it. He's got he can do it. You know, it's just wanting to do it.
There you go.
You know, that's the thing. And if you don't want to do it, don't. You know. I'm at that point in my life. Just don't, you know.
Yeah, I just don't get the feeling he's like super interested in doing much of that anymore.
No.
Hasn't been for some time. Better or worse.
I really designed a hard to draw character here, buddy. When I say I over designed something, I can only blame myself.
Not you, Rob. Really? You made something difficult to draw?
I wanted the chance to draw a character that was so 90s, the 90s would be mad at me for doing it. I just never forget, man, being at Comic-Con and the DC artist complaining about Joe Quesada's Asbats to me, dude. You know? Fucking no one can draw this shit. We got deadlines. He just draws a fucking cover. Like they were so mad, dude. Yeah.
Truth.
Yeah. So I was like, man, if I could draw Asbats, I'll be good to go. I'm like, it's not drawing it, Rob. It's drawing it on a deadline. I took the wrong lessons.
And yet they seem to have served you well.
Yeah, well, and yet I have the Prime 1 Studio 1/6 scale Asbat sitting on a desk outside my studio. Right next to my Asbats poster and my signed copies of Sword of Azrael and Batman. Was it 500, 400, whatever one he did? Asbats reveal cover.
Yeah, I think it was
500. Yeah.
I think maybe not because it was Detective 400 with Sienkiewicz.
I gotta go look. Let me go look at it. I know I'm a nerd. One second. It's 500. See, it's 500. He stopped doing conventions or like big signings at that time, right? Like he'd show up, but he wouldn't do signings or some shit like that. I don't know. It was fucking hard. He stopped doing conventions because even when Ash came out, it was just Palmiotti at the fucking desk. So, I wanted to sign copy so bad of that thing. QVC had him on. And they did like 5,000 of them, signed by him and Denny O'Neil with the certificate. And so I talked my stepmother into getting me that for my birthday, essentially. So it's the only time I ever got something off QVC.
Do you still have it?
Yeah, it's all. That's right. I told you. It's all, I have it on. I have a grid wall. I put the comics up and rotate them out, and that one's right next to my Asbat statue.
Well, I didn't know if that was the signed one or not.
Yeah, that's the signed one. Yeah. With the certificate of authenticity. The blah blah blah.
Yeah, sorry. I've been at work. I was at work at 8:00 this morning, so I'm
No, it's fine. Yeah.
starting to get spacey. I was like, no, I was like, well, that's crazy, dude. Yeah, that's man. Back in the day when you used to get signed comics from the weirdest freaking places.
Well, DC was on the QVC all the fucking time at that point, you know, like selling shit. Like,
oh, were they? Oh, yeah. Well, that would
they were on all the time, dude.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah. Ed used to talk about kayfabe. I'm like, I know, I bought the Asbats one was the one I was able to get her to go in on. Yeah. I mean, I was taking care of her fucking kids. Seemed like a fair trade. Yeah. I didn't even get allowance. Yeah. But whatever.
How do you really feel, though, Rob?
Well, I don't have children of my own. Think about that one. Why do you think that is?
Because the world ain't that lucky.
I know. It's a bummer for my wife. I told her, I'm like, well, I hear you, but it's a complicated decision we had to have, you know? I was like, you got to choose what you want in life. And if you don't want to be a parent, don't.
That.
Nothing worse than people. I mean, look, some people, like my mom didn't expect to be a parent. And then she was a really good parent. And then she wasn't. And so I learned what happens when people don't want to be parents. You know? Do. It's like, well, I could have aborted you. I was like, this gets dark, right? And I'm like, you could have, Mom. You know? And that would have been your right to do so. But you didn't. And here I am. What are you going to do with all that art? We'll see. We'll see. We'll see, Ma.
Jesus. Yeah. I didn't expect my kid, but she's changed my life for the better. So
my dad stepped up to having a kid too. He used to smoke. He was like one of those like serial smokers, you know. And then when he didn't give it. I mean, he loved me, but wasn't quite the same thing. When my brother was born, it just changed. Like my brother winced at the smoke, you know. And then my dad just quit smoking. You know, like cold turkey. So it was like, you know, and he was a good dad. I mean, you know, maybe a little unfair dad, but I've seen what the world was offering some folks, and my dad was a phenomenal person compared to, you know, just a hard. Like my dad was like a World War II kind of like dad, you know. He was like that. It was like, if you could live with my dad, you can live anywhere. And I think I say New York is that way. No, my dad is that way. And my buddy I met in the Army, Chris, he's in the book too. I hit him in a couple spots. And he used to go, man, he was a drug runner, you know, in the 80s and 90s. And he's like, I've lived hard lives. He was actually a rich kid, but, you know, one of those guys. And became a drug. He's like, I lived a hard life. I lived on the streets. I'm like, yeah, but you haven't lived with my dad. So he eventually got divorced when he was 45 and needed a place to stay. I was like, look, my dad, but I've got to warn you, man. Like, and he's like, dude, it's no big deal. Okay, I warned you. That's all I could say, you know. hands are clean, dude. My hands are clean. Like, you know, Lebowski, my hands. My hands are tied, dude. You know? So he lived with my dad, and he worst, the hardest thing he ever did, harder than the Army, anything else. You know, my dad worked himself to death, you know, and he was a difficult person to be around. You know, but I mean, I heard all the horror stories of living with my grandfather from my mom and uncle and stuff because he was Navy. But none of that shit compared to what my dad put me through. Because I know they got to leave their house. I'm like, well, I never got to leave my house. I got to do military laundry folding every week. And I filed all my dad's paperwork and sorted all his shit.
What the fuck?
He had his little cinder fella, dude. Oh yeah, dude. Like he had all these receipts. He had these because he had his own business. And so he'd fill out these reports and they were like carbon copy, right? And so they had a white slip, a pink slip, and a yellow slip. And so they all had to be separated individually. And we're not talking like 20 or these. We're talking like 1,000. Like they'd stack up every month with all the guards. So at the end of the month, I had to sit down and sort all these into their allocated orders and make sure they were in chronological date. This is the third grade. You know, not, you know, third grade, school night.
Wow.
You know, and then I had to do the laundry and make sure all the towels were folded military standard. And when they were put away, if they were bulging, my dad would rip them out and make me start over. That's the fourth grade. And then my dad started making me work. I hit around the 7th or 8th grade. I can't remember what it was. I hit 6 feet tall overnight. So I looked 18. So my dad started having me work for him. I would do security at night on school nights, dude. You know,
what the?
I'd be out on sand. We're talking like out at the beach in the middle of the night. You know, guarding like I mean, not hard stuff, but like guarding, you know, like soda stuff for like picnics, you know, like those soda containers, you know, for like corporate picnics and stuff, yeah. And I remember the first night my dad put me out, he's like, all right, if you need anything, just call me. He left me a cell phone. And we had one of those early brick phones, you know. And I'm just out in the middle of San Diego in the middle of the night, and this homeless guy came up to me and told me like how he had killed Jesus Christ the day before and the war broke out and stuff. I'd never experienced that. I'm fucking 12. I got a mag light and a phone the size of a lunchbox. You know, had to smooth talk my way through that one.
Wow. What the shit, dude?
Yeah. And when you were with my dad, he'd own you. He'd put you to work. You know, told you it was like I was clocking in 100 hours a week working for my dad. He'd pay me every 3 to 4 months. I had to make that money stretch. He'd pay me last. Like, you know that whole nepotism thing? I didn't get it. He was like, whoa, Rob's my son. He can wait. Yeah, he can wait longer than anyone else. You know, who's he going to complain to? So, and, you know, he was right. Who was I going to complain to? And I was, you know, I felt some weird sense of like responsibility to helping my dad out. I don't know why. And, but I did. And I was gaining weight. And I just told you, I remember working, I pulled 92 hours straight one day. It was 92 hours because I remember hearing once that was what they make you do during Bud's Hell Week. Like my buddy was telling me the Navy SEALs do that shit. And I was like, all right, now I'm in like Navy SEAL. And I hallucinated a cobra on my chest, you know? Like, and I was like, I gotta stop. You know? I gotta stop. This is madness.
Yeah, that's probably a pretty good sign you need to put the brakes on.
Yeah, I joined the army. It was the easiest time I ever did. Basic training was fun compared to working for my dad. I got so much more sleep, better food.
Fuck you, that is ridiculous, homie. What the?
People have no idea basic training was relaxing for me. And to this day, if you told me if I had to work for my dad or go back to basic, I'll go to basic even in the Marines versus working for my dad. So I love him, but the most toxic work ethic I've ever seen.
Yeah, that sounds a bit excessive to me. All right, man. Well, I think I'm probably gonna hop off.
Well, thanks for hanging out, man.
Yeah, I gotta take my kid to school here in a bit.
So, like I said, dude, let's schedule that first show in a week or 2 weeks tops. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I think a week. I think next Sunday would be the day.
Yeah, I was gonna say a week from today works good for me, dude. As long as you're ready to rock and roll, I'm good to go whenever, man.
Yeah, I gotta just sit down and draw a nice version of your uncle. You want the jerk face or you want your face?
Uncle Jerk.
All right, we'll do the Uncle Jerk.
Nobody knows me. They know Uncle Jerk.
Yeah, but you know, I can make anyone look cool. Mm.
Well, yeah, but it's my avatar on everything, so
that's right.
Fitting aesthetic.
Branding.
There you go. Yeah, branding. Let's call it much more intelligent than it is.
And then really quick, you coloring that Spawn piece you've been doing, dude? Like,
I'm going to color it, yes.
Nice.
I was going to.
I missed all that when you were doing it.
I was gonna say I will. I was gonna color it tonight, because I just like got everything finished on it, but I decided I needed to do some painting on this Max piece. But yeah, I don't even know where all the fucking colors go on Spawn, so I have to go do a color roughie of that tomorrow.
Well, if you want my advice, sometimes he's blue and sometimes he's gray. I would probably go for like a purple gray. I'm not a big fan of the blue, but that's on you. You know?
Purple gray.
Yeah. I think the cooler gray looks better with the reds and the greens and stuff. The blue outfit, I don't know. You know? I don't think it works as strong, but that's just my opinion. But yeah, that piece is looking dope. And whenever you're more coherent, dude, you know what I mean? I forgot to ask you about it tonight, but I wanted to see what you thought about drawing Spawn.
Oh yeah, I got another Capullo Spawn too that I'm working on too. So I had fun with it. I don't know why anybody would design that character.
Imagine drawing 5 of those fucking dudes on a page.
No.
Like, and then give them interesting shape designs.
Dude, when I was doing the like chains, going under the chains, like going back behind stuff, and I was like, oh my god, how the fuck are you supposed to keep this and the spikes, the like 50 spike? Oh my god.
Yeah.
It was woo.
I know. Deceptively, I told people it's deceptive. You think it's an easy thing to do.
Oh, I did not think it was going to be easy. I didn't expect it to be that hard.
And then didn't you forget? Oh, there's a cape too. You know,
the cape, like the flowing shapes, they give me problems because my hand shape. But you know, my tremors. But they're good practice too, man. Like those nice Marshall Rogers, McFarlane Capullo capes. Those are always good practice for nice, clean, you know, trying to pull nice, clean lines.
McFarlane would draw like a real flowy cape. It was actually simple when you thought about it. Like it only got complex when he would pose, but if he was moving, it was actually pretty simple. It was just have a good flow to it. And then Capullo did this thing around issue 40 to 60, somewhere around there, where it has these trumpet shapes. It's like trumpets that trumpet, that trumpet, that trumpet. Like there's like levels of it, and it stopped. And I know how he kind of arrived there because he uses the pencil shade. So like it's shaded in on some level, silhouetted, and then the final renderings in the inks. But if you try to draw outright, it probably won't work. You have to kind of like almost silhouette some of that stuff in, you know, great by light silhouette and then darker in the pencil until you kind of arrive at that. And then in inks, you take it from there. My way around it has been to paint the cape when red. So I figure out the figure and then I paint the cape in. And then I draw over the silhouette, the paint, you know, the red shape. That's sort of how I get around that. And sometimes I need 2 or 3 levels of red. Like I'll have like a base cape and then I'll flange out and then flange out. Depends on how you want to go. Like, yeah.
Yeah, that's my only thing is like red is so difficult for me to work with because it's just layering and I'm like, all right, I gotta
just do the spice marm as a base. I'm telling you right now. The spice marm and then do candy apple and you're good.
All right.
I've already solved it for you. I'm telling you right now. You're gonna love it. It's gonna look great. You're gonna be like, my God, this works. How did it work? There you go.
No, I don't even have to ask. I'll just do that. Okay.
Yeah.
That fucking rocks. Okay.
So I just made you hang. All right. See, you got free advice. It's gonna work. Solve your problems. You're gonna sell it in 3 seconds. So
I'm sure, dude. I fucking haven't been getting shit for traction. I think I'm on Instagram ban right now.
We know what we got to do with you, man, with those pieces is get you on the whatnot. But you stream how you're streaming now, you can stream on Whatnot when you're doing that stuff. And they're there to buy, man.
Yeah,
Like,
true.
they're there to buy, and you're a guy that deals in retro stuff. So I think Whatnot would do quite well with you. Like, of all and I don't recommend it for everyone, but for what you do, man, I think that would be because there's older guys there who want to buy cool shit. You know?
Well, then I'll have to look into Whatnot tonight. Well, tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow, man. Tomorrow. Go get some sleep, man. Thank you for hanging out. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure, dude. Always fucking appreciate having me on. Have a good night, guys. I've been up since 8. It's like 3:30. Sorry. So I'm fucking gonna go pass out and then take my kid to school here in about 3 hours.
Peace.
Have a good one, dude.
Later. All right, we're at the 4-hour mark, folks. So I'm gonna go ahead and put a pause in it here, and I'm gonna get back. I'm still gonna be working for another few hours, but I'll move a little faster, not chatting by myself. So I want to thank everyone for hanging out tonight. Super appreciate it. If you guys can give me a like, if you can give me a comment, that's how YouTube shares my stuff. That's how FaceTube shares my stuff. It's free. It takes 2 seconds. You can really just go, look, Rob, I gave you a comment, right? And I will give you a high fives or a praise sign or a fist bump with a purple heart. That's my routine. That's what I do. So I'll be back on later today. I'll be streaming at least 4 hours every day, maybe even longer, but especially during the day. And Brandon says he's going to be home all day tomorrow, so I'll have Brandon on later today if you guys want to hang out to Brandon. That's always a lively conversation too. So I will see you all then. Thank you for hanging out. Spawn Kills Every Spawn. Issue 2 is out now, and issue 3 is going to be out in a couple weeks. See y'all there. Peace.